As I've always mentioned, as we look at things in American politics, Western politics, everybody suddenly becomes a subject matter expert on everything instantaneously when an incident arises. Now, my wheel of expertise is a lot of law enforcement stuff, legal stuff, because I was pre-law. It's like the section of the wheel that I was interested in. So like when I start carving up academia, right? We make some cuts. We make up the academic pie. You've got law, social studies, psychology, sociology. Then we start moving over here in like science, math, like literature, all that shit. Science and math, that's not my bag. Like engineering is, because I have a degree in engineering. But like, it amazes me how many people suddenly become subject matter experts on everything as soon as there's an announcement out. Nobody actually asks any questions. Like, I remember it was years ago, Starlink came out, or Starlink was being discussed and it was in its infancy. And I was in a community of gamers, and somebody said, Starlink is going to be amazing because it's going to give us all sub 20 millisecond latency to any game server in the world. And I was like, hold on. I don't think that's even technologically possible. Because 20 milliseconds is hella fast. Okay? And you got to go from your machine to the ground station or your little kit that connects you to a satellite. The satellite has to get it. The satellite has to bounce it to a bunch of other satellites. Then it has to go down to the ground station, to the server. The server has to think about it, assemble it, build a packet, send that packet back out the door, touch all those satellites, and come back to your machine. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have 20 millisecond latency if you happen to live relatively close to where the server is. If I'm in Southern Illinois and the server's in St. Louis, yeah, highly possible I can have a 20 millisecond connection to a game server. If the game server is on the other side of the world, probably not going to have 20 milliseconds. And yet everybody just bought at face value what Starlink had put on the slides. And so I remember being bored, being retired. I dove into it a little bit. And then I realized that people were claiming that satellite technology operated faster than the speed of light. And when you try to tell people they're wrong, I've got all my psychology notes here. I've been busy with psychology. You can't see that. I've been busy with psychology stuff this morning. When people take an ideology and they make it their identity, the problem is your ideas are no longer ideas. Your ideas are you. And when your ideas become you, then your ego, and I'm not talking about the commonly used version of the word ego, I'm talking about your id, your ego, your superego. Your ego's job is to defend you. Your ego's job is to defend the id. The ego's job is to be like the mediator. Yeah, and now your ideas just aren't stupid. You're stupid. So when all these people talked about Starlink, and I didn't argue with them right away because I didn't know, and I'll be the first to say, I don't know what I don't know. So I called up some comm squadron folks that I know and said, hey, guys, I'm stupid about a topic. Can I buy you guys lunch? Because they're my friends anyway. Said, I want to buy you guys lunch, but since I'm buying lunch, I want it to be like kind of a working lunch because I need you to make me smart really, really quickly in satellite communication because I don't know. And so I had a bunch of things that people in this Discord had said, and I wrote them all, I copy and pasted them all to a Word document. And then when I went in, they're like, no, that's absolutely impossible. Starlink will never be able to operate faster than the speed of light because it uses light to transmit signal. Oh. Well, then I went back to talk to some of these people to try to figure out like why they felt that way. And they wouldn't have a good faith conversation. They just called me old and I don't know what I'm talking about. And I start the show off today with that because there's an awful lot of people after the shooting in Minnesota, and it happened while I was live on Wednesday. So I didn't really have a chance. And as you see, people just ask Grok and now they know everything about something. And the sad part is, people are using Grok to take clothes off of women. Hey Grok, can you show this girl in a bikini? Hey Grok, can you show her in a potato sack? Can you show her in a dress? Come on, man. We're chewing up our environment right now. We're burning off. We're just cranking electricity. We're cranking water to keep these facilities cool so that people can take clothes off of some 18 or 19 or 20-year-old girl. If that 18 or 19 or 20-year-old girl wanted to show herself in a bikini, she'd have an OnlyFans. Leave her the fuck alone. Let's use artificial intelligence to fix the lacking human intelligence. People saying, yeah, and stopping you from buying a 64 gigabyte kit. But the truth is, ready? I know you, I've talked to you for years. So if you're looking to buy a 64 gig kit, there's probably a reason. But it's like when I showed people the specs of the machine I'm on right now, and you can see my windows open, I'm like a kid on Christmas. I know it says 3:15 to 6:15 is when my other rig will get here today. Fucking Origin only had my machine for 28 days to do a CPU swap. Like, come on, guys. I used to say a lot of good things about Origin, and I will still say good things about them, but maybe it was because they were slammed at Christmas. But it shouldn't take 28 days to back shop a CPU RMA, especially when I called in and you were able to look at my specs and it automatically flagged it's probably a bad processor because it's in that batch of 4 Intel processors that had problems. But people won't, or back to the other point, you're buying 64 gigs, you probably have a reason to buy 64 gigs. This machine I'm on right now, I have a 5950 in it. And when I showed people the specs for this, they're like, why did you buy a 5950? A 5950 isn't for gaming. I said, I know. I bought the streaming box first because I can game on it. It's just not the most ideal setup. And then finally, when I needed the 2 PC setup, because games came out that I wanted to stream, I bought the other PC, and now this machine is set up as a workstation. I didn't want to reconfigure the machine to stream video games. I tried a couple of times. There's a lot of bits and bobs and tweaks and tunes I need to do. I'm not doing that. I can do my politics show. I like doing the show. But there's a lot of people out there that overbuy because they don't know. They're like, 32 is good, so 64 is better. And then they never use more than 24. But as soon as you start editing like large video files, you'll use everything. Your computer will be like, whatever you have more, you just give me more. But right now we have people that are talking about, they're trying to justify this ICE agent's shooting on Wednesday. Now, if you remember Wednesday's show, I didn't know about it, but because it was a big thing, I went to it, I looked at the video. Right off the bat, I said, that's a bad shoot. It's a bad shoot because you're standing in front of the vehicle. You are not supposed to stand in front of a vehicle. Period. You are not supposed to stand in front of a vehicle. If you have to prevent a vehicle from leaving, you're supposed to bump a larger vehicle up in front of it and behind it, so that then they can't go anywhere. You're supposed to put down spike strips. And for those of you that aren't aware, we're not talking like the big, like, you got to drag it with a chain. They make spike strips on basically a baton, and you just set them right next to the wheel. You put in front of one tire, behind one tire, so no matter which way they go, you're gonna flatten at least one tire. And all these people are talking about how the officer is justified to shoot her. Let's take a look at Department of Justice instruction. So 1 Tech 16 Tech 000, Department of Justice policy on the use of force. This is it. This is not somebody's interpretation. This is not even though I'm a political correspondent, this is not my interpretation. This is a very black and white document. Very black and white. Law enforcement, I'm sorry, my voice today is just garbage. Law enforcement and correctional officers of the Department of Justice may use deadly force only when necessary. That is, when the officer has a reasonable belief that the subject of such force poses an imminent danger of death or serious physical injury to the officer or to another person. And people have read this and they're like, yeah, she tried to run over him with the car. It's case closed. You gotta keep fucking reading. Deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. We don't shoot people that are fleeing. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. All the people running their fucking mouths saying the officer had every right to shoot her because she was trying to run him over. The second line of your use of deadly force says you have to be trying to harm the officer with something other than a vehicle. The vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer or others, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Every single person, from Hassan to Asmongold to fuck all of them, that can't be bothered to do their reading homework to understand that the officer standing in front of the vehicle is standing where he's not supposed to. Firearms may not be discharged from a moving vehicle except in exigent circumstances. In these situations, an officer must have an articulatable reason for this use of deadly force. If feasible and it would not increase the danger to the officer, a verbal warning to submit to the authority of the officer shall be given. Warning shots are not permitted. Officers will be trained in alternative methods and tactics for handling resisting subjects, which must be used when the use of force is not authorized by this policy. The window was rolled down. The window was rolled down. The other officer could have deployed a taser. I think I still have the video. Windows rolled down.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking god! What the fuck?
There was absolutely no reason. Now maybe I can't exactly tell. I would need to blow that video up, go frame by frame. I can't exactly tell. It looks like the window's rolled down and then she's rolling the window up. The officer could have just stepped to the right, let the vehicle go. Here's the other problem. She was not even the subject of any of their legal paperwork. Now, all the people that are running around saying that ICE and DHS and Border Patrol can't detain Americans, absolutely incorrect. They absolutely can detain Americans. They absolutely can. Now, why can they detain Americans? Interference, obstruction of justice, inability to prove who they are, unwillingness to prove who they are. I get it. There are rules that say we are not a stop and ID state. We don't have domestic passport laws. However, the problem with the way our government is written is we have a law up here, and then we have a law over here, and this law has a sub-law, and this law is contradictory to that law, but they're both laws. This law needs to be challenged at the Supreme Court and ruled constitutional or unconstitutional before people, like, I get it. You want to say, I don't have to follow that because that's unconstitutional. No, that's not how that works. There's a reason why we have the phrase, you can be dead right. Yeah, I understand that the police are supposed to have a warrant before they come in my house. But if they Gestapo style come into my house, I can make some choices. I can pull the Danny DeVito and I can just start blasting. Or I can let them come in understanding they didn't have a warrant. Anything they seize, which there's nothing here to seize. You want to seize my last root beer in my fridge because I'm on a diet, go for it. But sorry, wrong truck. I understand that whatever you get without a warrant is going to be inadmissible. I could sit there and have a standoff with you, but it's not the right way to do it. Yeah, it's unconstitutional. There's a reason why we have a court system. I'm interested to see how the officer is dealt with. There's some dumb shit coming from pretty much every direction in the situation. Did you know this is the same officer that just 7 months ago was dragged 50 feet by a vehicle? I want to see this guy's psychological profile, his psych eval, to make sure he was cleared to be back in confrontational situations. And then I'll show you something that's going to make your blood boil. He did step to the right. On the photos after the shooting, only one round went through the windshield. He fired 3 shots, so he had to put 2 through the side window. No? Yeah, that's where 3 shots were fired. She was allegedly shot in the face 3 times, so the other 2 had to go through the side window. That is what it is. Now, here's where I'm really confused. I'm really, really, really confused by this. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, I want to know why a dude that's been dragged by a vehicle makes the mistake of standing in front of another. Make that shit make sense. I agree with you 100%. On January 7th, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension was notified that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel were involved in a shooting in Minneapolis that resulted in a woman's death. That morning, after consultation with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the FBI, it was decided that the BCA Force Investigations Unit would conduct a joint investigation with the FBI. The BCA responded promptly to the scene and began coordinating investigative work in good faith. Later that afternoon, the FBI informed the BCA that the U.S. Attorney's Office had reversed course. The investigation would now be led solely by the FBI, and the BCA would no longer have access to the case materials, scene evidence, or investigative interviews necessary to complete a thorough and independent investigation. We expect the FBI to conduct a thorough and complete investigation, and that full investigative file will be shared with the appropriate prosecutorial authorities at both the state and federal levels. The BCA remains fully committed to our partnership to build public trust in the use of deadly force. If the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI will reconsider this approach and express a willingness to resume a joint investigation, the BCA is prepared to re-engage in support of our shared goal of public safety in Minnesota. So, this is a sticky wicket. On one hand, I like the idea of having multiple investigative authorities. On the other hand, the governor of Minnesota and the mayor of Minneapolis should both be fucking arrested for their comments. The mayor of Minneapolis specifically telling ICE to get the fuck out of the city. Look, I have a federal system. The federal government reserves the right to police immigration. you have, we have our entire country is fucked up. And we have the federal government giving money to a state, that state not looking after it. And apparently upwards of as much as $10 billion has been stolen through fraudulent child cares. I was watching a Senate hearing, and they brought up that the first rumors of all of this corruption was brought up in 2009, and the first legal law enforcement investigations began in 2011. Why do we take money from all the states to funnel it to the federal government to then divvy that out to different states? I don't understand why we run the government this way anymore. The federal government should have mandates, and these should be unfunded. The federal government should have a mandate where they say, we as the federal government believe it is in the best interest of all the working people for states to provide assistance to childcare. Now, for those of you that aren't familiar with how this works, so here's my daycare. Here's Jay's daycare. And here's the state. Here's the federal government. The federal government gives my state money. And what happens is I have a bunch of clientele. And I tell my clientele that because minimum wage is $15 an hour, and because I have employment taxes, and I want to make money. I have a secretary who's not involved in direct child care. I need to have a janitor. I have to have food service people. I have to have all these people. Well, unfortunately, you're going to put your kid in daycare for 40 hours a week. And my bills account to, I need $12 an hour from you. So I need $480 per child per week. And that's fucking crazy. That's why this is one of the problems with the family unit. But if I charge you $12 an hour for babysitting, you have to have a job making like $24 or $25 an hour. But I can't provide childcare for any less than that. That's my cost. That's my cost plus. And that's just how it works. Well, this person can't afford that. There's no way that they can afford childcare at that. So my state says, here's a form. You fill it out. They fill it out. You send it to us. And what we will do is we will give you $280 a week on behalf of this person's kid. Meaning the parents pay $200 a week. The state gives me $280 a week. Now, to dig into that just a little bit further, that doesn't necessarily mean the state's actually giving me $280 a week. The state could be giving me tax credits, meaning I don't have to pay like my unemployment tax. They give me credit as having paid it. So that it doesn't always mean the state is giving out all of this cash. It eventually ends up as cash in my pocket. They do give out straight cash, but some of it is like, okay, of this $280 a week, we're gonna give you $150 in cash and $130 in tax credits. Oh, okay, cool. Like in my state, I pay approximately 9% business tax. They could say, well, you only have to pay 4% business tax. That way we're not giving you money, but you're not giving us money. Okay. Well, this is all a big fucking scam. Why does this group have to be involved at all? If it's something for the good of only one state, even if it's a program in all 50 states. Why doesn't the state pay for it? That way, if you don't like the way your state is run, you have more flexibility. For example, we could start to then align some states. Greetings and salutations. Thank you for calling the San Angeles Police Department. We could start to align states that are more kid-friendly and some that are less kid-friendly. People without kids could retire to places where we don't put as much money into kids. Now, people ask, well, how did the baby boomers and how did Gen X not have these problems? I don't think people who are under the age of 35 grasp the reality of what my life looked like. In most people's lives, some people are going to be radically different for whatever reason. Like, they were a military family, they were a military brat, they didn't have good relations with their family. But for the most part, like, here were my grandparents in the city. And I think my grandfather had bought his house in like 1918 or some shit. Or 1948 or some shit. It was old. Well, his kids, this was a duplex. His oldest son lived on the other side of the duplex. My family lived about 40 minutes away. My aunt lived about 60 minutes away. And my other uncle, the youngest, he lived about 30 minutes away, but 30 minutes north. That was it. The first 5 years of my life, once I wasn't a baby, my mom did maternity and then my mom went back to work. My family was a 2-income family for quite a while. My mom and dad's way to work, they worked in the same building. They stopped by the grandparents' house, dropped off the baby, dropped off the toddler, and went. For the first 5 years of my life, that's how that went. My 5 to 6, well, 5 to like start of school, I went to a daycare center because my aunt had had a baby, and now grandma's attention was on the new baby. And that's how the family was able to get around having ridiculous amounts of childcare fees. And then when my little cousin started school, my little cousin came to our house in the morning because we went to the same private school. Now you have, grandparent in Illinois, kids in Texas, another kids in Georgia, and they're like, well, the grandparents aren't really helpful. The grandparents aren't helpful. What the fuck are you talking about? Your parents are from Illinois, and you chose to move to Texas or Georgia or California. I went because of my job. Right. You made a decision to go somewhere, and now you've eliminated the idea of your parents helping. Well, my parents don't ever come to help. Your parents have lives. Your parents, my grandparents, had no problem incorporating me into their retired life. I'm the grandkid. But it was not, oh, we'll come to your house and watch the kid. No, it was like, you're on your way to work, you drive past us, drop me off, pick him up on the way home. I learned a lot of shit from my grandparents as a 3, 4, and 5-year-old. I was a 5-year-old. I can distinctly remember, I don't have very many memories from my early childhood. I learned how to fix a push lawnmower. Not a motorized one, a literal bladed push lawnmower, because that's what my grandfather had, because he had maybe 200 square feet of grass. There was zero reason for him to have a motorized lawnmower. It was about 8 passes. I remember being a teenage boy going up, my grandfather would be like, well, I gotta mow the lawn. I was like, do you want to mow the lawn or do you want me to mow the lawn? And sometimes he'd be like, yeah, why don't you go ahead and take care of the lawn? He wasn't, his back hurt, his knee hurting. Other times he's like, no, boy, I got it. He just wanted to get the fuck away all the women. And that's why I wanted to mow the lawn. I wanted to get the fuck away from all the women. Because I have 4 female cousins. So it was my mom, my aunt, my grandmother, and my 4 female cousins. I was like, no, I'll mow the lawn, I'll paint the roof, I'll install a skylight, I don't give a shit. Let me get the fuck out of here. But we have this problem with identity. And the problem with identity is you are not your ideologies, and your ideologies are not you. Donald Trump does not know who you are. Donald Trump does not give a shit who you are. If you're a member of MAGA, Donald Trump does not give a shit about you. I don't need international law, Trump says. My power is constrained only by my own morality. What in the Kentucky Fried Fascism are we living in right now? This motherfucker literally said this. It's the only thing that can stop me. I'm not looking to hurt people. I do in regards to whether his administration needed to adhere to international law, but said it depends on what your definition of international law is. Yeah, you're about to make a joke about rent-a-grandparent, but then I thought it might be a good idea if the elderly could get paid as childcare without affecting their retirement funds. Right. That sounds mildly terrifying. Trump, who spoke to the newspaper as his administration looks into a range of options into attempts to gain control of Greenland, also emphasized the importance of ownership. Ownership is very important because that's what I feel is psychologically needed for success. I think that ownership gives you a thing that you can't do with, you're talking about a lease or a treaty. Ownership gives you things and elements that you can't get just from signing a document. What the fuck is wrong with our president? And I mean this any way you can mean a statement. I mean this statement. You think that the only thing that stops you is your own morality? Like, look, I talk a lot about when I say the hypotheticals, if I was president, if I was president, if I was president. Let me just add a big one on. If I was president, I would 1, follow all federal law, 2, follow all international law. I guess apparently we got to start it off by saying, I solemnly swear that I will support, defend, and follow the Constitution. Can both parties have actual candidate next time and not a pick your poison type of politician? Can we be honest about the reality of CK3? CK3, Crusader Kings 3, wonderful video game. I've been playing it every day. There's no good online games right now. It has a joke about scrape the bottom of the barrel. It literally said when you're broke and you need to fill a mandatory position on your council, it says, I suppose we could scrape the bottom of the barrel and find somebody to appoint. In America, we're not even scraping the bottom of the barrel. To find our political candidates right now, we're picking up a shovel. We're going to a fucking, we're going to a fucking toxic cesspool, and we're digging up 2 skeletons and saying, that's all we can find. Yeah, in CK2, you can appoint your horse as chancellor. And it was funny because it made me laugh. Stupid things make me laugh. And I'm just gaming the other night, and out of nowhere, I had flashbacks to CK2, and I'm like, I'm just, minding my own fucking business. And it was like, well, we're at the coronation of a nearby leader. And apparently my fucking horse had an opinion on the coronation. Like, hi horse, who the fuck invited you? Like, I'm just like, that's how I feel our politics have turned into. Donald Trump was like, oh, I'll just insert myself here. Even if you do find someone good, they're going to be slandered so much it won't matter. People still won't agree. You're right. I honestly can't see a politician these days who doesn't already belong to the establishment. Sorry. We have a major fucking problem because if you're not rich, you can't win an election. Period. It takes millions of dollars. The other problem we have is we need to radically change our election cycle because the members of the House of Representatives won't get shit done now because they're in re-election mode. 250 years ago, well, not 250 years ago, because if you remember, 250 years ago, we didn't have the federal Constitution of the United States of America. We had the Articles of Confederation. Well, we didn't even have the Articles of Confederation yet. We kind of did. Not really. We were still fighting a war. Blah-de-de-blah, fucking blah. Under the Constitution, 2-year term, I don't think we need term limits. I do not think we need term limits. I think we need to increase the length of the term so that people can actually have a chance to do some stuff before they're running for re-election again. Back in the day, 2 years might as well have been 20 years because it took forever to get news from where you were. They deceive people on both sides. It's what they do. They gaslight people into submission unless you've been disillusioned by both parties. I agree with you. And the problem is, even if you've been disillusioned by both parties, people will then turn around and gobble up the first shitburger somebody charismatic serves them. Donald Trump, I'm going to impose tariffs, and then I'm going to give you a tariff rebate form. So you're going to take my money and then give me my money back? Then what the fuck's the point of the tariff? Like, you're going to take away my money and give me a portion of my money back? No thanks. I'd rather you just not tariff this shit then. I believe in tariffs. I think tariffs are important. Tariffs were important 100 years ago when things started moving overseas. If you can't build what you need to build with all, like, Civilization is a great video game to compare this to. I want to build cavalry, but I don't have horses. So I'm going to make a trade agreement to get horses. Or I'm going to look around all of my territories and I'm going to figure out what's the fastest expansion route for me to expand to so I can have my own horses. We want to build a battleship, but we don't have enough steel. So we're importing steel. Why the fuck are we ever putting imported steel into an American naval vessel? That's term limits. How many terms they can serve. I think if we wanted to install term limits, we could, but we would have to do term limits in conjunction with, we're going to take the House of Representatives, we're going to take the whores, and we're going to take them from 2 years, we're going to bump them up to 4 years. And then you can serve 3 terms. So you can't be in the House of Representatives more than 12 years. At that point, I would like it to be then you can go to the Senate, and we're going to change the Senate from 6 years to 8 years. And you can be reelected to the Senate twice. That's 6. That's 8. And we're going to do 2 terms here, right? And that's 16. And that caps your participation in the legislature to 28 years. So, number one, you actually can say what you think and you can vote how you feel in your last term because you can't go again. You're also going to then start to see, we made a huge problem. Number one, we made a huge problem when we allowed the change that this person with the second most number of electoral votes didn't become vice president. If we change the system back to the number one number of electoral votes is the president, and then this is my little twist on it. Number 2 becomes the Speaker of the House, and number 3 becomes VP. You automatically have created a third party, and you create a situation. I would change the VP's roles and I would make them the head of the Senate all the time, not just on tiebreakers. No, we do use imported materials on a lot of things we build. I want to know why we do that. We shouldn't, but we do. But they can't buy it directly. You're right, they can't. A vendor buys it from overseas and then treats it, and then it becomes assembled in America, and then it's allowed for DoD acquisition. If we made this change right here, first of all, we don't need to have the presidential candidates at each other's throat. Because remember, when you shit on a candidate, you're shitting on approximately 45% of the country's choice to be their leader. That's where we've lost the narrative. Like, I'm not a fan of Donald Trump. I'm not a fan of Kamala Harris. I'm not a fan of either. I didn't vote for either. I voted for a third party candidate. Myself. With that said, if Donald Trump knew Kamala Harris would be in charge of the Senate or in charge of the House, he's going to be a lot friendlier because he knows if I'm a fucking dick rag, that person is going to have the ability to block a lot of the things I want, which is good. Which is good. Government that governs least governs best. We have 15,000 pages of gun control laws. We could get rid of 15,000 pages of gun control laws, and I could write 7 pages of gun control law that solves most of the problems. I'm not one for conspiracies, but can you make me understand all the craze about dumping massive amounts of undocumented immigrants to the West from all sorts of countries without any assimilation, and people are supposed to accept them because empathy? Well, it's not a conspiracy theory. The census does not count citizens. It counts people. People in a territory determine House of Representative representation. California, New York, Florida, Illinois, Texas don't really, well, Texas does, because Texas gets rid of all their illegal immigrants as they can. If you got rid of all of the illegal immigrants, that would be at least 12 million people. And if you stopped counting documented immigrants in the census, California would lose. California would lose maybe 5 seats in the House. How hard would it be to make the census count only documented citizens? Fairly easy, actually. Because we have this crazy thing called the IRS. So Elon, who I don't like because of all the child porn on X because of Grok, is right. Well, leaving the child porn comment out for the time being, and let's just say all the inappropriate images, because I'm not going to say there's child porn on X because that's accusing an organization of a federal crime. I'm not going to say that. But yeah, Elon Musk is right. Because of how we count people versus citizens. The IRS should set the baseline for the census. You're required by law to file your taxes. You should be able to take all the data from the IRS, bounce it against the Social Security table, run a pivot table, find your excluded and your duplicate entries, and then between the IRS and the Social Security Administration, you should be able to baseline the census. And if you did that, then you would just have to go out and start vetting and verifying your results. But California doesn't want that, because then they would lose 5 seats. Illinois doesn't want that. They would lose 2 or 3 seats. New York doesn't want that. They would lose 4 or 5 seats. But the problem is, we're looking at solving the problems. We need to understand this isn't like the House of America doesn't need a new roof. It's run by the federal government, executed by state level agencies. It's executed at the state level, but it's a federal program because the federal government can't do like anything. We're not talking about the House of America having a few broken windows and a couple of planks on the fence are done. We're talking about a house that had a raging fire, and we need to tear down the house and rebuild it. Like, you'll notice I don't fuck about with half measures. I think half measures are why we're so fucked to begin with. I have a stance on immigration. My stance on immigration is the yellow column. I want to remove everyone who shouldn't be here. Then I want to fix all the systems. And then I want to become a nation of legal immigrants. But I want to look at the problem and I want to say, why do we have so many immigrants coming here on visas? This is not a racist statement. I'm sure I'm going to heckle somebody's racism. When was the last time you went to a neurology office and all of the doctors had Western names? In all of my years, because I suffer from migraines and I've had head trauma, I have to have neurological exams periodically because I had a TBI. I have had one white woman neurologist in my whole adulthood. I don't give a shit where my doctor is from, but it's pretty fucking comical that everybody knows you've got a fucking 9 out of 10 chance of having a Southeast Asian as your neurologist. And they're good people. They're funny. They're good at doctors. I walked in and the doctor's like, yeah, my name is Dr. G. I said, is your last name actually just the letter G? He says, no. I said, well, then say your name for me. And he said it. I said it back to him. And he's like, not even close. I said, one more time. He said it again. I said it again. He's like, better, but not even close. I said, okay, Dr. G, I obviously can't do that. And he's like, why did you try? I said, because you're a person and you have a name. It's worth trying. Like, you're my doctor. If I suddenly have an aneurysm while I'm in your office, I don't want you to be treating me like patient number 401 today. I want you to be like, that's the guy who tried to learn my name today. Know what I'm saying? Let me crack a window. It's hot in here. But my piece to it is, I want to look at the situation and I want to say, all right, for 30 years in this country, we've known that we don't have enough American kids going to medical school and becoming neurologists. That's where we fix the problem. People talk about, oh, we need to have universal health care. What do I have on health care? Health care is, can we please actually understand the problem first? Private health care, public health care, Medicare, Medicaid, VA, TRICARE, military health care. Nobody ever talks about them all properly. You do not want universal health care with the system as it is currently designed today. Give you a great fucking one. Great one. I sent out a tweet yesterday because I have what is universal health care. And I had to order syringes. I have to take an injection. So from the federal provided healthcare, I got 6 23 gauge syringes with needle. That cost me $20. Okay? 20 fucking bucks for six syringes. Amazon, I could get 100. People talk about, oh, well, universal healthcare, Medicare for all would fix the problem. The fuck it wouldn't. No, the fuck it would not. So let's say I didn't pay attention to my bills. Let's say I didn't pay attention to my medical bills, my statements, my balances. So I paid $3 per syringe. At this rate, I will pay $300. Well, I won't anymore because I'll just get these off Amazon. I will pay $300 for what is 17 cents. And yet, people keep yammicking on about, we want Medicare for all. We want universal health care for all. This is one example of why, no, the fuck you don't. Because you want to be like, well, you shouldn't be paying for your needles. Yeah, you do. That's how it works. We need to get back to the point of, if we want medical care to be cheaper, like, so what's our end goal? Our end goal is we want healthcare to be cheaper. Well, how do we do this? People keep saying, they try to jump to the punchline of get rid of private insurance. How does getting rid of private insurance make healthcare cheaper? It doesn't. How do we make healthcare cheaper? Have more providers. Have more providers. Have more facilities. How do we do that? Get rid of drug patents. No, drug patents have absolutely nothing to do with that, because drug patents are only a small part, only a very small part of the healthcare cost. Now, I'm not saying that fixing prescription prices isn't important. It is. But that has to be spoken about in its own silo, which I'll do in just a second. So how do we get more patients in facilities? We have more med schools. But how do we have more med schools? Fix college. Fix college loans. Fix college financing. And then when we do this leads us off to like 10 or 12 other things. Fixing college loans would fix the predatory nature of why a lot of people spend 25 years in debt. Now, get rid of drug patents. Here's why you can't get rid of drug patents. Company brings a drug out, and the company brings this drug out and they're charging $300 a pill, which I say is absolutely ridiculous. I took a medication that would have been $900 a month if I had to pay for it out of pocket. The problem is, what you don't see is that for that one successful drug that company develops, they might have 4 other products that they scrap because they're just ineffective. They don't work. Well, each one of these line items is $1 billion. They've put $1 billion into research, and not everyone. We're peanut butter spreading it out, so it's $1 billion. So this company is now down $5 billion. Well, that company needs to sell an awful lot of drug A to get back to zero. Then they need to sell an awful lot of drug A at $300 a pill to make some profit. Now, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with this design. The problem I have is EpiPens take about $12 to make. And they're $300 to $400 if you have to buy one out of pocket. If you're MAGA, I don't care. That you literally, if your statement is I MAGA, then what I wrote at the very top of this piece of paper is, when your ideology becomes your identity, it's no longer ideas, it's you. If your statement is I MAGA, then you're part of the reason this country sucks ass. And I would say the same thing to you if you said I Democrat, I Republican. I don't agree with everything on either political platform. I have a problem with EpiPens. They're $12. Did you know that the amount of epinephrine you're getting in an EpiPen, the drug is less than $3. I'm sorry, but how is that exactly your customer problem? If a company makes bad financial decisions, that's got nothing to do with you, except when the state bailed them out, and then it's a can of worms for another time. Well, it's the customer's problem because, ready? I'll tell you why. You have a condition that only impacts, say, 30,000 people a year. But you need a drug to survive. You need somebody to do research into that. Well, if that company, this is the D-line drug that only has 30,000 possible customers a year. Well, you say, how is it the customer's problem if you make bad financial decisions? Well, I'll tell you, as a project manager, looking at this scenario, if there's only 30,000 potential patients a year, fuck them, let them die. That's a good financial decision. There's only 30,000 people that have this condition a year. Fuck them, let them die. We won't put $1 billion into trying to stop these conditions. Fuck them. If I don't want everything to be made by financial decisions, because then let's be honest, childhood leukemia. Fuck them. Juice ain't worth the squeeze. From a financial perspective, not enough kids get childhood leukemia. Fuck them. Let them die. That's a terrible... To say how is it bad financial decisions, that wasn't a bad financial decision. We took 5 conditions. We tried to cure them. 4 of the drugs that we were developing didn't work. At the same time, if you can't afford your medication, fuck you then, right? See, the problem is when you take that sort of response, then the company doesn't owe you anything. The problem we have is EpiPens and insulin. These things were funded by government dollars. And after the company made back what we'll call a healthy profit. But when you got no patents, that company's place could be filled by another. No, it couldn't. Do you not know how patents work? I think you're missing something. We're two companies. This is your pharmaceutical company. This is my pharmaceutical company. You developed this drug, right? In 10 years, if you don't change the formulary, it becomes generic anyway. That's the piece you probably don't know. When a company doesn't change the formulary of their drug. Now, if you want to talk about the bullshit that they do with the formularies where they only change it a little bit, cool, we can talk about that. But the problem is you say when there's no patent, that company could be filled by another. But the problem is I don't know how to make that. You made it. I don't know how. You're like, well, there shouldn't be a patent on it. I'm not shouting you out. Sorry. What people don't grasp about, because you literally came in and said, I MAGA, you get no shout out from me. People are like, if there weren't patents, in 10 years, the patent becomes public domain. I take a medication that... No, that's not your political view. That's your identity. When you say I MAGA, that's not your view. That's become your identity. What you would say then is, I am a member of the Republican Party and I have Make America Great Again views. I am a member of. That is your political view. It's your pronouns. That was the even worse direction to go, because I don't give a fuck about your pronouns. You are an online person, so fuck in you can be your pronouns, because I don't give a shit. I don't play that game. I don't fucking care about your pronouns online. I don't care. These companies honestly are not trying to cure the diseases out of the goodness of their heart. It's always about money. That's fine. We don't need them to do it out of the goodness of their heart. We are willing to reward them with money. We just don't want them to be greedy or corrupt. That right there is essentially how much profit is too much profit. It just becomes a patent shuffling game. Placebos and formulas just to extend the patents. No, that doesn't work. Placebos and formulas don't work, because when you get a patent, you have to give the actual patent to the patent office. In order for you to get through FDA drug trials, you have to give all the accurate data to the FDA. So there is no, like, what you're saying is bullshit. Now, what is correct is you have a drug for blood pressure. And this drug is at 8 years, 6 months. And the drug company says, you know what we're going to do? We're going to add acetaminophen to the formulary, so that, because we have research that if you have high blood pressure, this testing that we did shows that a small dose of acetaminophen helps keep your blood pressure low. And the FDA says, golly gee whiz, we accept your findings. So now this blood pressure medication is at 8 years and 6 months. And now at 9 years and 6 months, they refile a new patent because they've changed the formulary, and now they get another 10 years on the clock. But here's the trick with that. That's not the problem in medication, because we have 15 blood pressure medications. We already have that. Where companies don't want to lose their, like, look at insulin, for example. Insulin was a big deal until about 3 years ago. Walmart started selling insulin for $25. Insulin was $600 a vial. Walmart said, fuck that, we'll sell it for $25. Yeah, and the problem is people see news reports, and most people don't understand the difference between revenue and profit. A company made $7 billion in revenue this year on this drug, and everybody wants to condemn them. But when you look at their profit, they put $5 billion of that against loss lines. They also started up a new line to start a new drug, to solve a new thing. I get that people want to vilify Big Pharma, and I think Big Pharma does an awful lot of things where they deserve to be vilified. But at the same time, I'm not going to say that if we fix Big Pharma, we suddenly fix the healthcare problem. For example, you need an MRI. It's a 3-week wait. Yeah, what about the drugs that fail FDA testing and the investment is lost? That's what the company needs to make up for. Look at medical technology. Dexcoms for people with diabetes. Dexcoms used to last about 7 days. Now they last up to 14 days. Because somebody built a Dexcom, somebody else looked at it and said, well, how else can we do this mo better? And another company has a similar product to Dexcoms. Another company said, how can we make this even mo better? Now there's an implant they can put in your arm that lasts for a year. That doesn't mean Dexcoms aren't a good solution. It doesn't mean the other branded Dexcom aren't a good solution. The problem becomes people want to vilify that company, but what if that company spent $5 billion perfecting Dexcoms? Well, don't they deserve to make $5 billion back to get to zero? And then once they get to zero, don't they deserve to make some profit? And people would be like, well, no, I don't think they deserve to make profit. Then don't use a Dexcom. Then prick your finger every day. Well, I don't like pricking my finger. So you really want the product that they made, you just don't want to pay for it. Companies have to be able to make some amount of profit. Otherwise, why are they doing what they're doing? With that said, I do agree that there has to be a cap on how much profit taking they take. I think it would be great if instead of private companies doing all the research, isn't your Dexcom kind of support my point? You had inferior product and other companies step up to fill in the void. Right, but they didn't. Your problem is you're saying the Dexcom company made this. And your statement of they shouldn't be able to have a patent on it means their technology has to be made available to everybody else. Well, and let's say, I don't know the numbers, but let's just make some up. Let's say they spent $1 billion figuring out how to make a Dexcom work. You don't want them, because you said they shouldn't be able to have a patent. You literally don't want them to be able to recoup their $1 billion. I don't need their patent to hire a bunch of specialists and engineers to say, hey, look, they made something that you inject into your arm and it connects to your phone and allows you to detect your blood sugar. You can't patent a concept. So now I know that there's a thing I can inject in my arm that transmits a signal to a phone that monitors my blood sugar. So the competitor says, okay, let's build that. Yeah, that's unrecoverable loss. Now, what I do agree with you for is there has to be, and I don't like this, and in most businesses, what I'm going to say is in most businesses, what I'm saying here, I don't want to apply. But when it comes to healthcare, I am not against the government stepping in to control profits on healthcare. Because healthcare, in my opinion, should be an inalienable right. Right, and exactly. Companies are required by American law to bring profit back to the shareholders. Now, is there another way we could do it? Sure, there's absolutely another way we could do it. We could not have, just like defense contractors cannot build anything for foreign countries without the US's approval. We could very simply make it where these companies design a, I'm going to use a Dexcom. Company designs a Dexcom, takes it to the FDA. The FDA says, this is great. The FDA says, here's what we need from you. We need your financial records for the last 3 years, so we can decide how much we're going to pay you for the Dexcom. The Dexcom took $1.1 billion to design. Okay, cool. Now, we're going to give you $1.1 billion to cover that. Oh, you scrapped 3 other things that you were developing, so we'll cover those as well, but give us all that research. You're selling us the failed research, and we take all that, and we're going to give you $4 billion in profit. Here you go. You're going to get $1 billion a year every January for the next 4 years. So here's your check to recoup all your losses. Here's $1 billion in profit today, and the next 3 years on January 1st, we'll cut you a check for $1 billion. I would have no problem with that, because then the government would say that was taxpayer funded. Now Dexcoms are $6. What's the production cost on it? $3.50. All right. Now we sell them for $6. Government makes $2.50 a piece. We put, that's what funds the budget when we have to buy out the next thing. I would have no problem with that. I don't think people deserve to die because they can't afford their health care. I do think people deserve to die when they can't afford their health care and they're not taking care of themselves. If you're obese, you should be doing everything in your power to not be obese anymore. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Don't be obese. $1 trillion a year in American medicine is spent on treating obesity and symptoms secondary and tertiary to obesity. You're a chronic smoker. Like, I tell this story. This is a tragic story. I had a friend, and my friend's apartment was like closer to my school than my house was. And I would stop by his place and just bullshit with him. Like if I had a 2-3 hour break between class, I'd sometimes go over there and bullshit with him. But I often went to just bullshit with his mom, give his mom some company. Well, the lady had emphysema, and she would have her oxygen mask on, and then the oxygen processor was in the bathroom. And so she'd be like, hey, go turn off my oxygen machine. Turn off the oxygen machine. A couple of minutes later, there she is, lighting up a cigarette to watch her stories, soap operas. And I said, you know, the doctor put you on the oxygen machine because you got fucking emphysema. She's like, I'm going to die soon anyway. I'm not going to give up something that I've enjoyed my whole life. Well, one day, she fell asleep with the oxygen machine on. She must have pulled it off of her face in her sleep. Woke up, didn't have the mask on, assumed she had walked to turn it off. Well, the whole fucking apartment's full of medical grade oxygen. Lights a cigarette, blows herself up. One side of me wants to feel bad, but the other side wants to say, you got emphysema. If you don't want to extend your life, don't extend your life. Just keep smoking without the oxygen machine. The things we do for our country. There's so much corruption, embezzlement, and missing money. Venezuela's rumored 60 billion Bitcoin shadow reserve draws skepticism. Why are we worried about 60 billion in missing money in Venezuela when we know there's 10 billion missing in Minnesota? Why are we worried about 60 billion missing in Venezuela when like 7 times in a row during Pentagon audits, the Pentagon came back and they said, well, we're missing 700 billion, 800 billion. Shit, man. Nobody ever blinked an eye when the Pentagon was like, we're missing $2 trillion. We have $2 trillion worth of assets. We don't know where they are. I can't go into too many details, but there is a phrase in the military, not to be confused with foreign object debris, and not to be confused with forward operating base, found on base. When I was in charge of FOB, we found everything on the base in about 4 weeks. And then I used to figure out who was missing shit. And I wouldn't let them have, like, hey, we're going to need another one of these. Nope, because you have 3 carcasses you haven't returned. Well, we need them. Tough shit. I don't have one to give you because you haven't turned in your carcasses. Carcasses, you give them a repairs kit. Whatever they don't use out of it, they're supposed to bring the repairs kit back. You restock the parts they use, and then you put it back on the shelf. The military loses shit left, right, and center. Which is funny because the military, the big M military, loses billions of dollars every single day. But you're going to write an airman up and give him a letter of counseling or a letter of reprimand because they misplaced a $12 knife or a $20 multi-tool. You're going to yell at an airman because they lost a $20 multi-tool, but a general lost like 12 vehicles. Well, why is the general not getting written up? Oh, we don't write up generals. That's where I can't wrap my head around. Like, I get that people want to fix their problems, but there are an awful lot of people in the world that are good at saying this is a problem. Problem identification. But there is a very, very small section of people who should be coming up with solutions. Because the average person's solution sucks ass. We need to have slave reparations. Okay. I'm done trying to fight logically with the people who want slave reparations. I will figure out what the pool of money is, and we will pay slave reparations. And the very day that we hand you your check for your slave reparations, we're gonna hand you a big fucking tax bill, and then we're gonna tell you you also owe $400,000 to the Union soldiers who died ending slavery reparations fund, and now you'll be fucking worse off. I can't. How does somebody lose 12 vehicles? Oh, it happens. When I got out, I had to give away a ton of extra CIF gear I had from when people lost their shit. Yeah. How does somebody lose 12 vehicles? It happens. You buy them. They come in. Nobody knows who they're for. So they get put in a lot. And then you need that lot for something. And then you move them. And then pretty soon all the people... Because remember, one of the problems we have with the military is 95% of people... 99% of people serve at between 4 and 6 bases in a 20-year career. I personally know of 3 people that never left the first base they were at. Well, they went to Korea, they went on deployments, but they always went back to the first base. I showed up and I found three like golf cart things that had X-Reg license plates. They had been delivered, they had never been used. They had just sat there. But because this parking lot had turned into something else, the new organization that took over the parking lot didn't know what they were for. And after asking a bunch of questions and never get answers, they just covered them with tarps. Yeah, things have a way of disappearing from individual service member level all the way up to the organizational level. Shit, man, we misplace big stuff all the time. We'll misplace everything. Yeah, we misplace them. Nobody knows where. People will sign for stuff. A quick story, just so people can understand how convoluted the military is. When I started as an officer, I went to this little building. I was in charge of that little building. That little building was the vehicle management shop. And I had to take when I got there, my superintendent, who was waiting for me to get there, said, you need to take your orders, put them in this folder, and then I'll route this. He hands me a folder with a routing sheet with 23 locations on it. And I said, hell no, you're not sending my fucking name, home phone number, home address, social security number, names of my kids, all that shit. My wife's social was on my orders as well. I'm not putting that in a fucking folder and sending it to 23 locations. I asked to see the routing sheet and I'm like, I don't even fucking know what half of these offices do. So I walked over. First of all, it had me going to this building, and I walked in and I said, hi, I'm Lieutenant Jalad. I'm just arrived here. Why do you guys need a copy of my orders? And they said, oh, orders always get routed through here. I said, right, I get that, but why? They said, oh, we get a copy of everybody's orders. But fucking why? Why do you get a copy of my orders? And they said, well, we just do. And I said, well, here's the thing. Sign here. You didn't need my orders. I literally had a notebook with me. Does not know why they need my orders. I went into this building, which was our command building. Over here to this office. This office laughed when I walked in. Hi, I'm Lieutenant Jalan, and I'm in processing, and I'm hand walking my orders. Why do you guys need my orders? The girl says we literally don't. We've been trying to get ourselves taken off of that routing sheet for like 2 years. This is the old first sergeant's office. The first sergeant is now next door. So I go next door, knocked on the door. Hey, first shirt. Yeah. Why would you ever need a copy of an officer's orders? Oh, I don't, but they only want to have one routing sheet. So I need a copy of the enlisted's orders. So when an officer's orders come in, I just sign the routing sheet and pass it on. Went down here. This was a supply computer system access station. I walked in. I said, why would you ever need a copy of my orders? We don't. Then why are you on the routing sheet? Because we can't get off of it. I went all the way around this building, and out of 23 locations, there were 3 that needed my orders. This is the old chief's office. And the way I met my boss was, my boss met me and he's like, he was first of all, he was the only person, and I've been in this building now for like 3 hours. He was the first person to ask me who in the blue fuck I was. He's like, can I help you? I said, oh, Captain, I'm your new lieutenant. I'm just here. I'm hand walking my orders. He's like, why are you hand walking your orders? I said, because I found a problem and I'm fixing it. And he's like, what's the problem? I said, why are we routing orders to the old first sergeant's office? I said, look, I'm fixing something. I'm here day one. I'm ready to work. I'm ready to rock and roll. I come from the headquarters building. I do CPI. I'm CPI in something. He's like, that's great, but has nobody stopped you? The best way to get your shop unit unfucked is to open all the Connex boxes they never touch and challenge much of the stuff they do just because. Right, cereal box. I was a CPI guy. And I literally was reviewing contracts. And a contract came across my desk for plant watering. We had plastic fucking plants. So I sat downstairs one day, just waiting. A guy, no shit, walked in with a watering can and watered The fucking plastic plants. Little spray bottle, wiped them off, dusted them. I said, hey, my man, I'm Sergeant J from upstairs. I oversee this contract now. What do you do? He's like, well, you guys switched to plastic plants, but you keep sending me a contract, so I come in and I just dust them. So you walk in here with a watering can to make it look like you're watering some shit. Then you take out a little spray bottle and you just wipe the leaves down to keep them clean. So everybody yeah. Yeah, I won't say how many thousands of dollars we were spending on that service. Could have had a fucking airman clean the plastic plants as part of the Friday GI party detail. Yeah, cereal box mascot. People that have done like, why do you do that? It's just the way we've always done it around here. This is an Army Air Corps manual. This thing is fucking older than I am. We don't have new instructions. We're following an Army Air Corps manual. Yeah, you had to get toilet paper and you got people watering fake plants. Yeah. Why? This is what kills me. There's so much corruption, embezzlement, and missing money. Venezuela. Why are we concerned about Venezuela? Why the fuck are we concerned about missing Venezuelan money in the Venezuelan government when it's not American taxpayer money? When American taxpayers can't fucking buy a goddamn sandwich and a soda today. Sorry, a bottle of juice, because you can't even use your SNAP card for fucking soda anymore in 5 states. What we're going to do in order to make sure that people are healthy in America is we're going to restrict what they can spend their money on. Hey, you guys know that juice is more expensive than soda, yeah? Yeah. You understand that most of these people that are on, yeah, this VOD is saved. You want to tell people that only pay for about 3 weeks of their groceries with their SNAP card that, they can't buy soda anymore. They have to buy juice, but we're not going to give them any more money. See, I have a problem with a country that taxes its citizen and then we don't feed the citizens. I watched what was the fool ass shit my daughter's school sent out the other day. Let me see if I can find this. I'm not even gonna go fight with the school because I'm sick, and those of you that are here often, you know I'm sick. I do the best show that I can. My health is all over the place. I'm not about to go fight with these fuckers. I do not have it in me to run for the school board right now. I simply don't. Braves, just a reminder when eating breakfast or lunch with us. For breakfast, you must either have fruit or juice on your tray. For lunch, you must have either fruit or a veggie on your tray. You are not required to eat either, but it must be on your tray. Well, first of all, you're my daughter's fucking school, and you have a fucking grammatical typo in your sentence. Okay? You need a fucking comma in front of the conjunction. You must have fruit or juice on your tray. You must have fruit or veggie on your tray. You are not required to eat either, but it must be on your tray. What the fuck is the point of giving kids food you know they're not going to eat? You want the kids to eat the goddamn food? Put an apple on the tray. Put a banana. Put a pear. Shit. I know some kids don't even know what pears are. I have a foster daughter. I got her when she was 10. She saw me eating a plum. Now, I'm not trying to insult any of you. I'm not. I know there's at least, with 30 viewers here, I know there's at least 2 people who've never had a plum. At least 2. My daughter walked up to me in the kitchen. I just got back from a run, having a plum. She said, "What's that?" I said, "It's a plum." She's like, "What's a plum?" I said, "It's a fruit." She's like, "I've never heard of it." They're good. You want one? No, it looks weird. Guess what she likes now? Always told my kids, you have to try everything once. And then, and only then, do you have enough information to decide if you want to have it again or not. My one daughter hated broccoli. Absolutely hated broccoli. One day, got beef and broccoli. I said to her, "I will split my beef and broccoli with you, but you have to eat the little trees." She tried it, loves it. It's her favorite fucking thing now. Why are we telling kids they don't, if you take it, eat it? Now to Astro, just plum brandy count. Now to what Astro said, are they not serving the food? Yeah. Are you not serving the food? Because if you're serving the food, put the food on the tray. Like I remember, I went to Catholic everything. My school, Catholic everything. I got shit from my classmates. I walked down the meal line more often than not. Everybody else, like when I got to the cafeteria, our cafeteria was pretty common. Our cafeteria serving line was a T. This was the fast food side. This was the lunch side. I would walk in, and my class was like the farthest you could be from the fucking cafeteria. So I would walk in, and this line would be all the way the fuck out here. Like people want a slice of pizza or a hamburger or whatever. There'd be like one guy in line. I walked up, grabbed my tray, came out, sat, ate. People gave me shit. They're like, "Why do you eat the crap food that the cafeteria serves?" I said, 1, it's free. 2, I'm poor. 3, I'm always hungry. 4, I had last period lunch. It's turkey day. Everybody in the first 10 lunches, or first 6 lunches or whatever, they got like 3 slices of turkey, 1 piece of bread. I was always nice to the ladies. "Morning, ma'am. How you doing, ma'am?" I like after school, if I was doing my student work program and I saw them breaking down boxes, I'd be like, "Ma'am, I'll take care of that for you. Take me 2 minutes." I'd break down the boxes for them, throw them in the compactor. You know, if I saw the delivery guy come in, I would rack the soda for him because, you know, I was a young man, whatever. So my lunch period, supposed to get 3 slices of turkey, like 10, 3 pieces of bread, 3 scoops of mashed potatoes, fucking extra whole bowl of corn. So people would be like, "I don't know why you eat that shit." Because I'm hungry. I eat this shit because I'm hungry. It's food. We have people that don't want to feed kids. Like, look, I'm not trying to judge anybody. But if I tell you that 1 in 5 kids in America is hungry, and your answer is anything other than how do we feed those kids, you're part of the fucking problem. Like, I understand. Yeah, that's Quantum Traveler. That's why I'm this size, because I like food. I like food. Looking at pictures of myself growing up, I'm like 5'11", 115 pounds. Like, hot damn, give this kid a sandwich. I get it. I'm not saying that if we know there are hungry kids in America, we shouldn't hold the parents accountable. We need to investigate the parents and find out why the kids aren't being fed. But while we're doing that, can we get the fucking kids a sandwich? A bowl of cereal? A banana? An apple? Can we get the kids some food? There's no money left in the budget for charity anymore. People are just broke. Hold on, I'm dealing with somebody who's got liver problems. You have liver problems, and back to the healthcare for all problem. You have liver problems and you need an ultrasound on your liver. How dangerous is it? Well, it's you're not like at the top of the list, but we need to get you in there sooner rather than later. Says November. When's my ultrasound? Your ultrasound is January. Oh, really? That sounds good. That sounds like, you know, that sounds perfect. I used to work at supermarket and I always hated when I had to open yogurts and other milk products just to stop dumpster divers. It always seems like such a waste. Okay, let's address that one. That's a huge, they made it a law in some places where you're not allowed to give away food, because if you give it away, then you're accountable for it. But then California says you have to give it away. How in the fuck, right? How in the blue fuck are we going to say you have to give food away, but we're not going to help you? Don't they give it to food banks? No, they don't. They have to get it to the food bank. So what they did was they created a scenario where we're telling you can't throw the food out, you have to donate it, but we're not going to facilitate the donations. What we're going to do is we're going to make you figure that out. How the fuck does that work? Why, like, we never, like at my bar, well, my bar and restaurant, we never had extra food because I didn't believe in throwing food out. I thought it was fucking stupid, right? I thought it was absolutely asinine to have leftover food. But what I told people was, I said, don't ever cook more shit than you know we're reasonably going to use, because then if you do that, what we're going to have is a problem where money is going to be tight. If you leave, if everybody's just honest, like I don't mind, like I used to tell the guys, hold on, I just got notified. I finally have my doctor's appointment. I told everybody, I don't mind if after work you have a drink. You can have one drink on the house. And guess what? I never had a problem with people taking more than one drink on the house, because they knew as soon as it became an issue, I would stop doing it. And never had an issue. Didn't have people taking more food than they should. Never had people trying to walk out the door with it to take it home to their families. Unless the manager was like, holy shit, we have we used to do like an open meat Italian beef sandwich kind of thing. And once the pan is open, we can't put it back in the fridge. And I know what you're going to say. Well, some restaurants do. Right. And some restaurants don't give a shit if they make their clientele sick. I tend to like my clientele. So I would tell people, I'd be like, look, looks like we're going to have a lot of extra sandwiches tonight. 2 are for me. Everybody else gets 1. And then after that, just divide it up fairly. Yeah. In a metropolitan city, it doesn't go as smooth. Even some businesses don't let you. Like, for example, when I worked at White Castle, I loved the idea of working at White Castle. I worked at White Castle. I could eat as much as I wanted before my shift, on my break, or after my shift. So as much as I wanted to eat, I could have. But I was not allowed to take any food with me. I couldn't even walk out with a drink. And luckily my manager was cool as shit, because my manager let me take a large soda with me, because I left and then I went like right to school, did my 1 morning class, took a nap, and then slept the rest of the day to come into work. I had 1 summer term class. But how fucking dumb, like, what are you losing if a person leaves with a drink? 8 cents? Maybe 4 cents? They already have the cup, they have the lid, they have the straw from working their shift. But they can't leave with a soda? Like, even if you were sitting there after work having your post-work meal and then you had like this much soda left in the cup, you had to dump it. It's like, what fucking stupidity is this? Are they worried about people becoming sick? I was taught if it doesn't smell weird, have mold, or feel slimy, it should be okay to eat. No. First of all, get that criteria right. That's not a good criteria. That's not a good criteria. That's a good first pass criteria. Absolutely. If it smells weird, if it's moldy, it feels slimy, don't eat it. Unless it's escargot or oysters, that's gonna feel slimy. But chicken can look okay and make you sick. Yeah, personal food, but even then, like, for example, I hate picnics. And the reason why I hate picnics is, when we were all kids, all of my female cousins, they all liked potato salad. I don't like potato salad. I ain't a big fan of mayonnaise. I like a dime's worth of mayonnaise on a chicken sandwich. That's it. See, people fucking like, I'm Lafayette from True Blood. Secret sauce. Since when the hell is mayonnaise a sauce? Like, fuck off with your secret mayonnaise sauce. But they were at a picnic, and the potato salad went bad. They all got salmonella. I don't want people eating. Can we just take this back a step, though? I don't want people eating out of dumpsters. But here, where the problem comes in, I'm white, I should love mayo. You fucking racist. I'm a white guy. I hate white people food. I'm just gonna go on record and say I hate white people food. Barbecue to me is the South. When you invite me over for barbecue, I'm gonna ask you the question off the bat. Are you inviting me over for barbecue, or are you having a barbecue? And people will be like, what's the difference? So are you making hamburgers and hot dogs? Yeah. You're barbecuing. You invite me over for barbecue, there better be some pulled fucking pork. There better be some ribs. There better be some brisket, right? Don't invite me over for that. Fuck off. I like Mediterranean food. What about German potato salad? Dude, what the fuck is German potato salad? German potato salad. Unlike mayonnaise-based American German potato salad is tossed in vinegar-based dressing with bacon drippings. Yeah, I like German potato salad. It's not a fucking salad. Yeah, bacon and vinegar. Love it. Love it. You can't make a potato that I don't like. My family lost my grandmother's recipe for kugela. Nobody bothered asking me. I know how to make it. Why? Because it's a potato dish. All you had to do was ask the grandson. He knows. But I want to start with the philosophy of... I think I told the story. We had a guy out back of our restaurant eating out of the dumpster. I said, hey man, just come over here. Let me grab you something. Don't eat out of the dumpster. Don't do that. That's disgusting. Got him a sandwich, got him a bottle. I think it was a bottle of Gatorade is what we had in the back. We didn't have, it's a bar, so I predominantly have alcohol, and I don't ever give alcohol to people. I gave him a bottle of Gatorade and a sandwich. I said, hey man, you're a human being. I'll tell you what, go ahead and have that. If you're hungry again tomorrow, just come by, bang on the back door. We'll talk. I'll give you some work to do in the alley. Clean shit up, because it's what I did when I was a kid. So give you some work back here to do in the alley. I'll feed you again. Sure as shit, guy came back the next day, banged on the door. I said, hey, if you just stack the pallets up here, I'll give you a broom. If you just sweep all the garbage up, get the garbage in the dumpster, which, by the way, most of it's on the floor because of you dumpster diving yesterday, I'll feed you again. This guy came around every day for like 5 days. Start talking to him, figure out his story. I said, hey man, I'm gonna do you a solid. I said, I'm gonna get you a hotel room. Little weekly, by the week rate. I'm gonna get you a hotel room. Show up tomorrow. I'm gonna have pants, sock, shoes, all that brought over to you. There's a barber shop right next door to the hotel. Get a shave, a shower, a haircut, put on clean clothes, come in, we'll hire you. He's like, I don't have any, I can't get a job. I said, I don't give a shit about any of that. I will do all of the logistics paperwork. Guy came in, didn't know what he could do. Guy just starts cleaning. He knows how to do that. The delivery comes. He starts putting it away. He's a hard worker. Fed him lunch, fed him midway through his meal, fed him before he went out the door. Somebody gave him a ride back to the motel. 7 days go by. Said, okay, here's your pay. Don't even worry about the 1 week of the hotel. Hotel person knows that you're homeless. You're trying to get on your feet. Don't fuck me over on this deal. This person went on to rebuild their life. Now, did I really want, was I thinking at that moment, like I want to go out of my way to save a life? No, I was thinking at that moment, to be honest, what I was thinking about that moment is I want to get the fucking bum out of my alley because he keeps making a mess in my dumpster. I think we can all agree that's probably what most business owners, I want to get rid of my fucking problem. Why can't we feed the homeless guy in the alley? Because then tomorrow we'll have 2 homeless guys, and the day after that we'll have 4 homeless guys. But if everybody with means took care of one person, pretty soon we'd have a lot more people with means and a lot less people needing help. Even people that are supposed to be running businesses are fucking dumb. My friend needs to move out of her apartment. She wants to move back to the apartment building she lived in where my daughter lives. Her apartment has been vacant for 2 years. Nobody has ever lived in it. There's nothing wrong with it. The business is just saturated. She called and said, hey, I see that my old unit is vacant. Can I get it? They're not getting back to her. How the fuck are these businesses surviving? Like, you literally have a person who's like, I want to move in there and I want to give you money. And yet our country is concerned about this shit. And again, I'm not saying that Iranian people, the Persian people, are lesser people. Anti-government protests in Iran appear to accelerate on January 9th, sparked by anger over the collapse of the country's currency and a broader sense of hopelessness and disillusionment with Tehran's clerical leaders. I don't know why the United States has burned through billions of dollars. All right. I don't know why we've burned through billions and billions and billions of dollars. Appreciate the follow. Trying to destabilize Iran when all you had to do was let Iran do what Iran is going to do. And eventually, this shit is going to get destabilized on their own. Right? You don't need to go out of your way to fuck with them. Just wait. Just wait. It'll happen. I am so mad I'm not filing my taxes this year. That is my protest. Let me say this. That is a really, really, really bad protest. Let me help you out with that. If you don't file your taxes, you're gonna go to jail. You're gonna pay fines, you're gonna pay penalties, you're gonna pay interest. And then several years from now, when they get around to it, they're going to just start seizing your money. You're going to die? Okay. Well, that sucks for you then. It sucks that you're like I'm gonna die. I'm gonna live to 102 and then die. I'm gonna make the fucking government pay me my pension for as long as I can. But no, for the people that are like, I'm not filing my taxes, I'm gonna protest. That's just gonna fuck you in the ass. Trump said he's gonna ban institutional investors from buying single-family homes. On Wednesday, Donald Trump sent out 2 tweets, and I agreed with both of them, so I had to buy a lotto ticket because the odds of that happening were very low. I don't think institutional organizations should be allowed to own single-family homes. I also think that they already own so many that peeling back the onion is going to be a monumental undertaking. Because remember, they can't just order all these organizations to sell. The only thing that they can immediately do is prevent them from buying. Ex post facto prevents them changing the law today. Yeah, unfortunately, screwing with the state who's got a monopoly on violence is a bad idea. Who's going to stop them? Yeah. Unfortunately, protests against governments don't work. In order for a democracy to work, everybody has to be willing to act democratically. And people are expecting our government to act democratically, but we're not a democracy, we're a republic. And their differences are so large that people keep looking at America to be good because we're a democracy. Well, first of all, we're not even a democracy. We're a democratic republic. To go even further, we're a constitutional federal republic with some of our elections being democratic. And we need to teach people. We need to teach people a whole lot more. Like, people are protesting, they want ICE out of Minneapolis. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't have a. I need to actually. I need to start making more money doing this so that I can buy some subscriptions. I will try to stop them with the little violence I have. Why? You can fight fire with fire, but remember, most of the time, the fire department uses water. Stop who with violence? The federal government? Do you know how much damage an MRAP takes when it rolls over a crowd of people? The answer is 0. I don't know why people have this asinine belief that violence against the government will actually ever work. Like, it doesn't. It will not. Those Minnesota protests look really small. They are small because it's fucking cold. Let's see. Yeah, it was 26 degrees yesterday. That's why they didn't have a lot of protests. Just wait till the spring. People really care about an issue, but only when it's 50 degrees or higher. But yeah, people are like, I'm gonna protest. Yeah, go ahead. Stand in front of that thing and protest. Go ahead. If it really boils down to pure violence, that thing can drive through crowds. I don't know why people, like, if your first response is to be violent against your own country, you're fucked. Because you are going to lose. You are going to lose every single time. And the more violence people speak, the more powers you give to the government to respond. The government can't respond to violent protest if you're not being violent. You want to have a rally, pull a permit, have a rally in a park where you don't disrupt the day-to-day operations of the city. Let them know that you're going to be there. Give them advance notice. Pay the rally fee. And then have your rally. Have a peaceful protest. Then when they come and they break up your peaceful protest, then you have something newsworthy. For example, people were protesting getting to the airport. I don't give a fuck what flying fuck what your cause is. If you tell me about your cause, maybe I'll support it. Maybe I'll tell you where you can make it better. If you get in my fucking way while I'm trying to get to the airport to go on vacation, I don't give a fuck what your cause is. I'm automatically against it because you've inconvenienced me. And at least I'm honest enough to tell you, Free Palestine is good. I think what Israel is doing in Palestine constitute war crimes. The United Nations needs to send in peacekeepers. Israel needs to be sanctioned. Israel needs to lose its seat in the UN. Israel needs to be told, because of what you're doing, we're not going to allow you membership in the UN. You're no longer afforded UN protections. You have human rights violations, all these things. I'll support all of that. You protest across the road while I'm trying to get to the airport to go to Disney World in February, then honest to God, I'm going to be like, well, finally, Israel, get the fuck to killing the Palestinian people, would you? Because now it's just an annoyance. What does blocking people from getting to the airport do to support your cause except alienate people who were on your side? Well, why aren't you doing more about it? Because it's not my problem. And by my problem, I mean it's not an American problem. I have said since the beginning of Israel's occupation of Gaza, if I was the president, I would suspend all arms sales to Israel, because I would say the context and the content of the treaty we have with you is that we supply you for defensive pact negotiations. We're not giving you any more missiles, any more bombs, any more fuel, any more beans, blankets, band-aids, nothing. Because you're killing innocent people. Steal my rhetoric. Invite people to my show. I'll argue with you. Just tell me what cause we're arguing. Because at the end of the day, I want the world to be a better place, and most other people who want the world to be a better place, my cause is that the IRS needs to go. Okay, you're an idiot. The IRS cannot go because you drove on streets today. You're on Twitch, which means you're using the internet. You're either using the internet through a ground-based internet service provider, which is subsidized by federal money, or you're using a phone, which is subsidized by federal money. You have electricity, you have water, you have sewer, you have police, you have airports, you get mail, you get deliveries. All of that shit shuts down when you don't have a country with tax revenue. Oh, I'd have to learn a foreign language? Damn. The problem is, I don't, where's my slide? Because I get what you're saying. On the budget, on taxes, I'll talk about taxes. The yellow column's me. I wrote the yellow column. That's my political platform. I don't want there to be any more waste in our government. I think it's asinine how much money we piss away. But I'm expecting a delivery today. That delivery is coming on roads. I have no problem paying for roads. I have no problem paying for police and firefighters. I have no problem paying for airports. I want those things. Now, unfortunately, roads are state taxes. No, they are not. Who the fuck told you that? Roads aren't state taxes. Interstates are federal dollars. The federal government gives the money to the states to maintain the roads, which I think is another mistake. Local roads, sure. Interstates, my package is coming from Duluth, Georgia. I know the route it took from Duluth, Georgia, all the way to Earth City, Missouri, back on an interstate, back to Bellevue, Illinois, and now I'm waiting for it. So my package couldn't have gotten to me without interstates. In order for me to get to civilization, I can either spend 45 minutes to an hour driving on side roads or state highways, or I can drive 3-4 minutes up to the interstate and zip across into civilization. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Even local roads, bridges, are often paid for by the federal dollars. Duluth is right down the road, and fuck their wrestling team. What do I consider a functional welfare in second row, like Nordic model or some other thing? I don't consider any system on the planet functional. I think there's ones that function better than others. But the problem is, Europeans keep saying this phrase to me, and it makes my blood boil. They say, we have free education, we have free healthcare. No, the fuck you don't. You have taxpayer-provided education and taxpayer-provided healthcare. About 5 years ago, I wish I had kept it, but it was on my other machine. About 5 years ago, a bunch of Germans got into an argument with me. And the German argument was, their country's better than America. I said, how do you figure? And they said, because we get free college and we get free healthcare and we have this and we have that. So what I did was, I took a job, and I did two examples. I took a job from like 30 years ago, and I followed that rate of pay in America and that rate of pay in Germany. And then I did it forward projecting. And the problem is, I will be, and remember, for anybody that wants to know, I'm a dual citizen. So I am intimately familiar with like socialist medicine. The problem is, yes, it is nice when you have government provided, you don't. You pay $168 for healthcare and $336 for Social Security. No, it's not free. Right. That's number one. A lot of Europeans will say we have free healthcare, but you don't. You end up paying a much smaller amount, but you still pay for the service. But then when you look at your tax dollars, most Europeans are paying somewhere in the vicinity of 60 to 79% in taxes, but they don't pay it all at one time. You take a huge chunk of income tax taken out, but then you have a 1 to a 22% value added tax. Well, when you have to pay 20% value added tax on shit, that's still taxes. And then people will say, but Americans have sales tax. You're right, we do. 10% is 10.65 is like the highest sales tax we have. Unless, of course, you're talking luxury vehicle tax, and fuck people that afford luxury vehicles. And then you have, of course, your hotel tax if you're taking a lot of vacations. We tax people that have a lot so that the people that don't have a lot, like person's not going on vacation, well, then they're not affected. Income tax needs to go. No, it doesn't. Income tax does not need to go. Income tax needs to be replaced with a flat fee, a usage fee. But if you do that, stop looking at rich people who don't have the assets anyway. Now, I will be the first to say, the way that rich people are allowed to leverage loans against unrealized gains, that's bullshit. My solution to that is simple. No lending organization that's FDIC insured can back loans with collateral that's unrealized gains. That solves a bunch of it. Yeah, Grumpy Old Man's 100% correct. My line on tax is stop wasting money, balance the budget, and then we can talk about raising taxes. It's the same. It's like basic household economics. You don't have enough money to eat out every day, so stop eating out every day. I remember back in the day, it was cheaper to get McDonald's than it was to buy food. I used to swing through McDonald's. I used to get $1 McChicken, $1 fry, and $1 drink. It was $2.97 plus tax because it was 99-cent McChicken, 99-cent fry, 99-cent drink, $2.97 plus tax. That same thing now is close to $8. Well, take your ass to the fucking grocery store then and buy potatoes and buy chicken breasts. Buy an 8-pack of buns. Now you've got 8 chicken sandwiches. I get that people are against taxes, but so many services that you use each and every day, you wouldn't be able to afford. I pay $1,600 a month in taxes and no more at the end of the year. Let me ask you a question. If you really pay $1,600 a month in taxes, what are you bitching for? And I mean that. If you're paying $1,600 a month in taxes, you are making hella good money. What's your complaint? See, we have a graduated tax system. So if you're paying and first of all, I pay more than that in taxes. And I'm happy to pay my fair share. Because you have to be making just about 6 figures if you're paying $1,600 a month in taxes. So where's your complaint? Because of a graduated tax system, you don't pay a flat rate. You pay 10% up to this, 12% up to this, and then it goes up. So if you're really paying $1,600 a month in taxes, you're making $100,000 a year or more. What's your complaint? And see, now we're going to get the person who's full of shit or stop talking. Because the only way you pay that much in taxes, $20,000 a year in taxes if you're making 6 figures. That's the only way that happens. So what? Unless you're going to now turn around, well, my $1,600 isn't really income tax. My $1,600 is if I combine my real estate tax and my state tax and what? If you're paying $1,600 a month in taxes, you are making bank. So what are you upset about? And control the amount of food we eat. I think we're the fattest country in the world. I read an interesting paper that says the obesity weight that we have in this country, just the obesity weight, is more weight than some countries have. You work 80 hours a week, it's annoying. Man, I'm going to tell you this. You're just full of shit. Why are you working 80 hours a week? If you don't like the money, work 40 hours a week. If you work 40 hours a week, you'll pay a hell of a lot less than $1,600 a month in taxes. How can you have somebody who has every comeback? You're making 6 figures a year. If you're making that at 80 hours a week and you don't like it, don't do it. Now, if you're making 6 figures a year with 40 hours of OT a week, I understand why you don't like paying taxes, because you don't have enough life left to enjoy. Well, that's your problem to strike a work-life balance. But saying I work 80 hours a week, I would find somebody else to cry to. Because there were periods of my life where 80 hours a week was a slow week. And by the way, how the hell are you working 80 hours a week? What state are you in? Because 80 hours a week has to be a guesstimate, because most states require you to, like, are you one of the people that work 80 hours a week one week and then you have the whole next week off? Because that doesn't, like, that's a completely different scenario. Like, if you're 7 on, 7 off, you're like, oh, I work 80 hours a week, the weeks I work, but I only work 2 weeks out of the month. To get 80 hours a week, you're working basically 7/12s, 2 full-time jobs. Okay, why are you okay, let me ask them, why are you working 2 full-time jobs? What is it? Obviously, if you have 2 full-time jobs, you don't have the skill set to get one job at a lot more money an hour. So, I mean, I have no problem if you want to have complaints, but in order for you to justify those complaints, I'm going to need a little bit. What are the 2 full-time jobs? What do you do? Because you could always develop a skill set that pays you $50, $60, $70 an hour. Security. So you have a no-skill job that you choose to do twice. Why don't you just do one and then live on the money from one? Because security isn't a skilled job. Armed security is a little bit different, but regular security, I am tax locked. No, you're not. That doesn't exist. See, I'm going to stop you right here. You're full of fucking shit, because we have a graduated tax system. You're never tax locked. When you earn less, you pay less. So you're not tax locked. That in America, that can't exist. So now what? What other bullshit are you going to try? What other bullshit complaints are you going to try to have when you come to talk to somebody who actually knows the tax law? Or did you not realize we have a graduated tax system? You don't pay that percentage on all of your earnings. You only pay that percentage on a portion of your earnings. See, what a lot of people like to bullshit and make up their story is, people are like, oh, I pay 32% in taxes, or I pay 24% in taxes. By the way, when you have any income in this, that sucks. But you only pay 10% taxes on the first $11,600. Then you pay 12,000 up to 47.1. Then you pay 22 on 58. Then you pay 24 on up to 100. So, and that was for 2024. So you notice now you're not tax locked, right? Because there's no such thing as a tax lock. Or did you just think that you could come into a random politics show and whinge about a system and the streamer wouldn't call you out on your bullshit? See, I don't mind if people want to be upset, but be upset about things that we can actually change. I don't like the fact that my tax money is wasted. Great, I don't either. I don't like the fact that we give foreign aid when American kids are hungry. Great, I agree with you. I don't like my tax money, and you can have this opinion. You're allowed to have it. I don't like the fact that I have to pay for SNAP because I grew up poor and I bootstrapped myself out of it, so they can too. That's fine. It's a perfectly great opinion. I don't want charity taken out of my paycheck. If I want to do charity, if I want to give money to charity, I'll decide which charities to give my money to. I don't want to give my money to a bunch of lazy ass people. I want to give my money to people who are fucked for external reasons. See, you notice that a lot of people like to just troll around Twitch with their bullshit, and then they get called out on it. And then people that are actually interested in having a conversation are able to tick, 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 tick. Like, I'm tax locked. It doesn't exist. Tax locking only exists for one pay cycle. That's it. The moment you tick over to the next pay cycle, they tax you accordingly. You guys don't have a 0% tax bracket. We do have a 0% tax bracket. We do. Let me show you. We don't, at face value, we don't have a 0% tax bracket because a graduated tax system is, we start at 0. But when you're doing your taxes, single married filing separately, you get a 15,000 deduction, and then married filing jointly 31,000, head of household 23,000. So, yeah, we have that. We get the personal allowance because it takes it off of your, right there, you have your adjusted gross income, and that says how much you earned. And then when we're figuring out your taxes, right there, we take the standard deduction. Now, where I say this is wrong is if you think 31,200 is a universal basic income, then for one person, that should be 31,002, and this should be 62,4, so that you don't pay. One thing that saved me from a lot of taxes was the one big beautiful bill canceling out the IRS $600 threshold reporting rule. The no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. Oh, by the way, if you're not aware of this, and I thought it was, the $600 reporting rule, I want to help you out with something. You have to pay tax on that money. Let me help you out with what that $600 threshold is. So this is Amazon, and you're an Amazon affiliate, and the $600 rule is at this threshold, they have to send you a 1099K. So you've got all these Amazon affiliates, right? And they don't make the threshold. So Amazon doesn't have to send any of these. They got to send one to me because I made more than 600. But the rest of these people think that they're not going to have to report that income. Here's the problem. The IRS is going to get a master copy of Amazon's 1099 forms. So what happens is the IRS is going to be looking for you to declare that $498. The IRS is going to be looking for you to declare that. Now, the streamer won't call us out. That's right. If you have less than 20,200, you're good. No, incorrect. Let me help you out. Absolutely incorrect. You have to file for that. Period. That is income. You must declare. There is no such thing in the IRS tax code that you don't have to declare income. You must declare all income. That reporting requirement is not for you to say this $490 is below the threshold. I don't have to declare it. That is income. You must declare it. It's on the organization to save them money so they don't have to send out a 1099. I know, I'm in it. The 1099K for reporting apps does not change. Okay? People are believing that rolling it back to the old 20K plus 200,000 transaction means far smaller sellers will get a 1099. That reduces compliance burden, but it doesn't change your tax burden. Okay? I made a lot of money during COVID, didn't file taxes. IRS came for me, so I had to get a second job. But now I'm in the other tax bracket and I still keep owing. Is there a way I can get out of it? Well, first of all, like I told you at the beginning where you said you're not paying taxes, that's why. You fucked up your taxes and now you're paying penalties. I'm trying to avoid that situation from Quantum Traveler. Quantum Traveler, reporting requirements for you and recording requirements for these guys are two different things. Amazon, and I'm just going to use Amazon because they have a well-known affiliate program. That reporting requirement is that Amazon or Venmo or PayPal or Patreon or whoever, to save them money, they don't have to send you a 1099. But one will be made available electronically. They just don't have to incur the cost of postage and printing. The IRS is going to know you made that money. The IRS knows every penny of every dollar that you make, that somebody reports that they paid you. And of course, Amazon is going to report it because Amazon doesn't save any money by not reporting it. It was a cost. What they're going to do is Amazon's going to say, even if someone just sends you money through an app. Okay, now that... Have you ever sent money through PayPal and PayPal pops the box and it says, is this for friends and family or for this for goods and services? If you click friends and family, then it's the same as me opening my wallet and giving you 20 bucks. However, there is still a cap to gift amount. For example, the gift amount is $19,000. Now, most of you never have to worry about the lifetime gift amount going up. It's $13.99 million. But, for example, I will never tell you how to avoid paying tax or evade paying taxes. I will never engage in tax evasion. I will engage in tax avoidance. If I need my daughter to suddenly have access to a lot of money, then what happens is I go to the safe and I pull out, one of the I pull out one of the large credit cards that my kids all are authorized users on, but they don't have their cards. And I say, go use this credit card. It's not a gift. It's another loophole that I don't like, but it's a loophole. That is my account. I am accountable for the purchases made on that account. They're an authorized user. I didn't give, and I know it sounds stupid, I did not give them any cash. I didn't give them the cash. They never received it. It's non-reportable income. It's why I have joint accounts with my kids. Dump in money. Now, if I sent them a check for $19,000 or send them a check for $20,000, they'd have to declare $1,000 as income. $19,000 is the gift threshold. $1,000 exceeds that. Why the fuck do that? Your kid has a bill to pay, so pay it. You didn't give them the money. They never received it. Other income for certain types of miscellaneous income, you may report it as other reportable income on Form 1040 Schedule 1. Yep. If you hold crypto for a year, it exempts you to a significant amount of taxes as well. Yes, because crypto is now taxed as capital gains. It's like me ordering something online and having it go to their address made out for them. Yes, exactly. Physical cash also, yes. But you gave them medium that have cash, which is used to purchase good for another person. No, I didn't. I didn't. See, you said that has cash. Doesn't have cash. The money never went to them. They never received it. You can liquidate up to 48,350 of crypto if you hold 12 months for a single person. No. No, that's not correct either. After 1 year, okay? After 1 year, you don't pay capital gains tax on the gain. You pay straight tax on the gain. So you could only liquidate 48,350 of crypto. Well, I don't even know where'd you get 48,350? Because that's not even the standard deduction. So I need to know where you're going with that, or why you think that, because, right, the trick is I don't know where you're getting that number. You're like the IRS. I need to know specifically which instruction you're looking at and why you think that, because for a married couple, you pay taxes on everything over $31,500, regardless of your sourcing. If you're married filing jointly, any income over $31,500 is taxable. Period. Dot. So what exactly are you looking at so that I can go look at it? Yes, the cash didn't go to them, but the commodity did. And that's not how America taxes things. Yeah, Quantum Traveler, you've taken the 0% capital gains tax. You're saying you can liquidate it and not pay capital gains tax. That is correct. But you still pay income tax on it. Yeah, zero. Then yeah, we're on the right page. You're talking about 0% in capital gains. Yes. But if you sold it at 11 months, you would pay capital gains tax based on how much you made, and you'd also pay income tax because it's considered income. Which again, I don't like. Tax me once on it. Tax me once on it. I will gladly pay. Tax me once on it. No problem. Yeah, if the 48,350 is your only income. However, if you have other sources, then it is added to your crypto gains to determine the total tax. Yes, exactly. That's where the 12-month mark is, of whether it is taxed as capital gains income or if it's taxed as ordinary income. And that's where I tell people, my main income is tax exempt. What's your main income? Are you a minister? And also, your main income, you're a veteran. Your income is not is it your VA money or is it your pension? VA. Here's the trick to that. And it's been a minute. Hold on. I gotta find something. So I don't want to speak out of turn. Fuck. Do. Load this. Yes. Yes, you are correct. Yes. Your VA money. Let me be very specific here. VA money is not income. VA money is compensation. That is why your VA money is not even on your 1040. I had to look up something because, for example, your Social Security disability or your Social Security goes on a line 6A, and then you have to run the math formula, and you have a line for 6B. But they will still use it advantageously for a VA home loan. Yes. The VA money is basically the only money that's not income. It doesn't count. Because the VA will use it for your VA home loan. No, you don't have to report it and deduct it. That's why I had to load my last couple of years' tax forms. There is no line. It's non-reportable compensation income. So it doesn't even factor in. There's no line to report it to. Social Security is 6. That's what the other thing I was looking for. Like a lot of people that are on Social Security disability, they get themselves in trouble because after a certain threshold, every $2 you earn reduces your Social Security by $1. That's what happened to my father. My father made a fuck ton of profit on the building that we sold. And what I told him was, hey, my taxes can absorb this sale. So we should have me receive the proceeds. Because I was still active duty at the time. Let me receive the proceeds of the sale. But then we ran into the problem of, if I receive the proceeds of the sale, we avoid paying taxes, not evade paying taxes, but we avoid paying taxes this up here. But then as we ran the numbers, it would mess up the long term because then he wanted to buy a house with it. Well, then I have to be on the house. And now I can't use my homestead exemption where I'm at because, yeah, then I need to get the money to him via gift. And then it becomes a problem. And then it would have become a problem. Like most people would have said, well, then my name could have been on the house. Well, what happens if he gets sued for something? Now I'm on his house. Now I'm liable. So in the end, like all good people, just pay your taxes. Now, as far as don't give more than 20K a year, you're going to be on the list. Yeah. Also, don't gift more than 11 or $13 million in a lifetime. But we all have that problem, right? We're all keeping real close track on a running ledger to make sure we haven't gifted our kids 13 million. But yeah, going back to now that we get the rest of the story, when Come On Bunny messed up their taxes, the IRS came from, and now they have to pay back taxes and penalties and interest. I know a lot of streamers back when the IRS, I think it was 2019 or 2020, cracked down. The IRS cracked down on Twitch streamers. It must have been 2021. All these streamers I know made a bunch of money during COVID, like I did. Everybody made a bunch of money. All my money runs through a corporation. I don't own this channel. My corporation does. All these streamers didn't pay taxes. Well, Twitch reports your earnings, and a lot of these people got their 1099 for the first time, and they didn't know what to do with it. And they're like, fuck that. I ain't paying tax on that. And the IRS was like, hey, a lot of streamers didn't know they had to pay taxes, because what is it when you give money to a streamer? It's a donation. No, it's not. Unless you are a 503c organization, you don't accept donations, you get tips. So when you said, like, for me, when you subscribe to the channel, that routes through Twitch. Well, Twitch gives me paperwork. When you buy bits, Twitch keeps a record of that. That's why you'll notice, in order to tip me cash, you have to go through SCPay. And I'm just going to do this so that it pops up. Yeah. Donate tips for PGN. PGN music should go through this. Donation. I don't even know if that works. Yeah, that doesn't work. I got to fix that. But Stream Elements sends me a form. Amazon sends me a form. Twitch sends me a form. YouTube sends me a form. Well, it's actually Alphabet sends me a form. It's worse if they find it late and you owe the compound interest on it. Yes. The joke about the Joker now. Oh, yeah. Let me see if I can find that. I love this video because it just makes me laugh so much.
This should clear up your account.
$137 million?
Yes, and if I don't pay up, I'll go to jail for tax evasion. I'm crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS, no, thank you.
I will remind everybody that Al Capone violated pretty much every federal law we have on alcohol distribution. Alphonse Capone, is known to have committed murder, racketeering. And what did he go to jail for? He went to jail for tax evasion. You tried to pay your taxes, but you did your math wrong? Now that sucks. If you, honest to God, did the math wrong, that just fucking sucks. Like, one of the things I tell, like, last year, I could have paid $0 in federal taxes last year. The company doesn't make enough money. Wasn't his tax evasion something small and stupid? Yeah, it was. I could have declared my company made no income last year. Because technically, we don't, we don't turn a profit. We lose money every year. But I don't write off everything because I don't want the IRS up my ass with a poker. So if I make, like, I think I've put $35,000 into PGN music. So we have a lot of music. Like, when you actually go to pgnmusic.com and you start looking at all the genres and then you start clicking into them, we have a metric fuck ton of albums. Like, there's over 700 songs. But last year, I could have turned around and said, I think I spent, oh no, the year before. Last year was light too. The year before, I spent $8,500 on music being produced. And we only had like 7,000 in income. Well, I could have said I made no income, but I'm not going to do that, because then my IRS return is going to get flagged and audited. And then every year for like 5 years, someone's going to look at my, tax return. So instead, what I did, I took the amount of money that I made from DistroKid and YouTube and said, we made $3,600 here. We spent $3,600 here. I'm washing that, but I'm not trying to wash the income from the Twitch channel against music production. Is it a division? Yes, it is a division. PGN Music is a division of PGN Incorporated. PGN Education is a division of PGN Incorporated. So like when I go, PGN CPI is a division. So when I go out and I do a CPI event, they send the money to PGN and PGN pays the taxes on it. Trying to work out how people send money from one business to another. It seems to be loans or buy shares. Not sure you can just pop some money over and pay a little tax. You can. You can do it that way. The other thing you can do is loans. If you have multiple companies, one company loans another company money, and you just go to your lawyer's office, or shit, I go to LegalZoom. I'm just like, I need a loan contract, and it's just a wizard to fill it out. Like when I owned all the rental properties, each rental property, as I always tell people, if you're ever going to get involved in rentals, I will explain rentals all day long. But here's the master holding company. And then if the address of this rental is 123 Main Street, then you set up 123 Main Street LLC. And it's its own LLC. And the owner of the LLC is the holding company. The LLC holds the asset. So the LLC you have to file. You can do it two ways. I prefer to do it this way because it's neater and cleaner. Everybody passes their income forms up to the holding company, and the holding company files on behalf of all the sub LLCs. But I get some lady falls down a flight of stairs and wants to sue me. Well, at first glance, she's going to hear the rumor that I have like 20 rental properties. So her lawyer sees 20 rental properties and he brings a lawsuit for 6 figures. Okay. Going to court and you're suing 123 Main LLC. Okay, walk into court and say, Your Honor, before we even begin these proceedings, they've leveraged a lawsuit of $250,000. The company isn't even worth that much. So before we even move forward, can we set a cap to the maximum value of the liability company? And then the lawyer's like, what do you mean? You own all these properties. 123 Main Street only owns one property. It owns 123 Main Street. It's all it owns. You're trying to sue me for $250,000 against the company that has a $70,000 unit. We collect $325 a month in rent. So, like, you're literally, you're trying to collect 769 months of rent from us. And then this is also where having a good lawyer solves a lot of your problems. You walk into court, lady is suing you because she fell down the stairs. They're suing you for $250,000 on a $70,000 house. Then your lawyer just says, on cross, where do you live? 123 Main Street. Hold on. You were so emotionally distraught from the fall that you didn't move. That's about the end of that case. People, when you're a landlord, man, people are fucking shitbirds. People want to sue you for all the shit that's not your fault. Like, I fell. Did the railing break? No. Did the concrete break? No. Why is your clumsy ass suing me? Well, it's your fault. My fault for what? Got a people are like, I don't know why my rental agreement with my landlord is 30 pages. Because it's 2 pages of fucking pertinent shit, and it's 28 pages of fucking disclaimers. Note, snow shoveling is not included. You must use appropriate caution when walking down the 5 steps. Your external steps will not be shoveled for you. Subparagraph, for an additional fee of $25, your snow will be shoveled by 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't know why I should have to pay for the snow to be shoveled. Fuck off. Because I'm 5 hours away. And I'm sure as shit not shoveling it. I don't shovel my own snow. Come on, man, UPS. UPS, be here early for a change. Gotta set this gaming rig back up. All right, what other... Oh, hold on. The weed shop just sent me coupons. HOA don't shovel snow? No. Dread Mist today. I don't even know what the hell Dread Mist is. Oh, I do know what Dread Mist is. Yeah. It comes out today in 1 hour. I do plan on looking at it. I do plan on looking at Dread Mist this evening. My gaming PC will be back. You don't get snow in Arizona? I wanted to move to Arizona. I really did. I wanted to move to the Scottsdale area. My brother moved out there. I was going to move out there as well. Weed shops has delivery apps now. Yes, but there are complications with the weed shop delivery apps. I know in my state, they'll only deliver to medicinal patients, and you have to be the one. Well, they'll deliver to a medicinal patient or the caregiver, but then they have to scan the card of the caregiver, or they have to scan your medical marijuana card. I'll say this, I know that a lot of people don't like weed, but I will say I have been clean off of benzos and narcotic painkillers for 5 years. Illinois, it's completely legal. It's not decriminalized here. It's completely legal. It was passed by a law in the General Assembly. So it's not like Oregon where they just said, we're no longer going to enforce it. It's legal to use. Like, you can't even catch federal charges in Illinois unless you're breaking the law of Illinois. But it's a class 1 controlled substance. You're right, it is. But not in Illinois. That's why I love the way my state did it. But no, a lot of people don't like people that use medical marijuana. I haven't had to take a benzo in 5 years, and I haven't had to take. I had maybe 3 pain pills when I had my ankle surgery, and that was it. The only time I've had Ativan is when I've been in the hospital and had an incident, a PTSD incident. But I will say this, part of being on a high quantity of weed, I put on weight. but no more than I did when I was on benzos. And, you know, it's like I tell people, do I have the mental health tag? Sometimes I have the mental health tag. No, right now I don't. Yeah, well, Trump can't reclassify it. He did, but he can't. But he did. I have more good time during my day this way than I had on prescription pills. So I'll take more good time this way. Although now I'm through the shitty part of my year, so my life will start to get better now until about November, and then it'll be shitty again. For whatever reason you hate feeling high, lots of people do. Lots of people don't like it. I don't smoke it. I take it in tablet or capsule form, and then I go to bed. It's just to help me sleep. This is an educational stream. Yeah. I figured that I should do something with my master's degree in education. So I'm going to take a real quick break. I will be right back. Alrighty. You never got the enjoyable part of it? You've only wanted to sleep when you smoke? You never got the enjoyable part of it? I think it was a misread situation. Like, you can see her tires turning, but to him, he couldn't see it because he was in front of her. But at the same time, an officer shouldn't stand in front of a car while driving. Is the car seems like a misread situation and incompetence, not outright murder? Well, unfortunately, I can appreciate that perspective on was it murder or was it bad. But first of all, some other facts about this individual are going to come into play. And one of the ones that's going to come into play is this individual is the officer who was dragged 50 feet by a car in June. So first of all, he shouldn't have he shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been standing in front of the vehicle. But second of all, what's really going to condemn him is that the Department of Justice, their rules and regulation literally tell them that they may not use lethal force to stop a vehicle, even if that vehicle is firearms may not be discharged slowly to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at moving vehicles unless a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. So he's screwed because all the people who immediately turned around and said, well, police officers have the authority to shoot at a vehicle if they're using the vehicle as a deadly weapon. No, you don't. It literally fucking tells you. If the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious injury to the officer and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle, you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked. You literally need to move out of the path of the vehicle, and he was able to do that. If he had fired one shot, that might have been a different story. However, a lot of people will turn, and again, a lot of people will turn around and they will say, well, officers are trained to fire 3 shots at a time. No, they're not. If a police officer came in here right now and said, we've been taught to fire 3 shots at a time, I would say, go get me your fucking field training manual get your firearms training manual, because I know what it says. You fire until the threat is neutralized. Your standard clustering of rounds is 2 to the chest and 1 to the head. If someone ran at me with a gun and I had a gun, I would shoot. Yeah? Then you'd go to jail for murder. Because it's really easy to get out of the way of a car. You know how you stay out of the way of a car? Don't stand there.
No! No!
Don't stand
Shame!
there.
Shame! Oh my fucking...
Don't stand there. A lot of police are just unqualified. Carthos and I were talking about this yesterday. I know a couple of guys who work for ICE now. A couple of guys that are no longer... These guys are not employable by police departments. These guys are a lot of shoot first, shoot second, shoot some more, and if there's anybody left alive, maybe ask a question or two. I saw Vance also mention the guy who shot had already been injured in his previous incident, had 33 stitches in his leg. Yes, he is the officer that was dragged 50 feet by a vehicle in June. What is more important, don't stand there or don't run people over? I don't think she was trying to run anybody over. I think we have a big problem where I don't want to live like, of course, I'm going to say a little bit different because I'm not running around trying to be a pain in the ass to ICE agents. Because my belief is we need to get everybody out of the country. Yeah, I support ICE. Right here, I support ICE. We can't read her mind. She was an agitator. I don't think she was an agitator because we can't read her mind. She was just in a bad situation. And I'll tell you this. A lot of people, yeah, you can hear her being given conflicting orders. The other camera angle, which I don't have downloaded, the officer at the front was telling her to go this way. You've got one guy, first of all, there's something wrong. There is absolutely, without a doubt, something wrong with an officer who in his second line of orders to you uses profanity. One of the things I was taught for years and years and years is that you speak with a command voice. You do not use profanity. And you do not use long phrases. The woman is looking ahead of her because she's driving a car. Now you got people jumping out of a car next to her and people in front of her. You, driver makes eye contact with you. Put the car in park. Period. One person giving command voice. That's why when the military, and not to equate it, but you're moving one flight, one platoon, one whatever. You have one commander out here. Then when you move multiples, when you have to move multiple flights, you have multiple flight commanders and one group commander. Squadron. All the flight commanders. Flight. 10 hut. Forward. March. These guys are not taking orders from me. These guys are taking orders from them. They are taking orders from me. The military teaches this shit. They teach leadership. They teach command. You've got a person walking up like, yeah, they need de-escalation training. If you walked up to me and said, excuse me, yeah, can I see your ID? You're ICE. I'm an American. That's all I need to do. That's all I need to identify myself to use. I'm an American. I'm a veteran. I'm a retired captain. If you're talking to me at this point, please show me some paperwork where I match any description. 95% of ICE agents should fuck off at that point. Because ICE agents should say, we confronted him. He knows we're ICE. He knows he's an American. He is not required to ID himself. He's not on our paperwork. On your way, sir. Thank you. I'll be on my way. Now, some people would turn around and say, well, why wouldn't you just show him your ID? Because I don't want to live in a Gestapo fascist state. If I am not required by law to show you my ID, I am simply going, I'm identifying myself as an American citizen. I'm a veteran. I'm a retired captain. I would like to be on my way. Thank you so much. I want to be on my way. Unless your paperwork is specifically for me. What's stopping an illegal immigrant from saying the same thing? Great fucking question. Absolutely great fucking question. You know what's in their little file folder when they open it up and they come looking for you? They open it up. Holy shit, there's your picture. It ain't like we don't have copies of their fucking photographs. We know who they are. Now, not all of them. The ones that came here illegally, crossed illegally, those people. But guess what? If not for ICE, ICE does not need a warrant. People are under the assumption that ICE needs a warrant. ICE does not need a warrant. Unfortunately, many years ago, our government, passed by Congress, signed by the president, allowed Immigration and Customs Enforcement to sign their own administrative final orders of removal. I'm not saying that's right, and I'm not saying I support it, and I'm not saying it's good, but I am saying that as it is right now, not every deportation order has to go before a judge. Many do. Not everyone does. Do I want to change the law? Yes, the fuck I do. Why? Because I think you cannot have an executive function who ratified so they can just bust down your... No. See, there's a disconnect here. If they need to breach, depending on the circumstances, it is more likely rather than less likely that they do in fact need a warrant, but they're not. A lot of these instances are happening not at their private domiciles, because that's how you get around it. I need a warrant to enter the place where you are considered to be secure in your persons and your papers. But remember, nowhere in the Constitution does it say, you are secure in your house. The only part of your house that is covered in the Constitution is the quartering of soldiers. Now, Arizona does not have a stop and identify law. Arizona Statute 13-2412 says a person who is lawfully detained by police because the officer has a reasonable suspicion that the person is committing, or about to commit a crime must state their full true name when asked. Everyone keeps saying my state has a stop and ID law. Let me tell you what a stop and ID law is, which other countries have. Other countries have stop and ID laws. They do not need RAS. They do not need a reasonable suspicion. They can literally just stop you and say, I need your ID. Failure to give them your ID at that point is a crime. Many countries have that. Arizona, the officer has to be able to articulate what crime they believed you committed, are committing, or about to commit. As I told you, I went for a walk one morning, about 5:15, 5:30, 5:45 in the morning. Sun was going to be coming up. I woke up. I had a killer migraine. I put my Oakleys on. So I was walking around, and I don't think I have Oakleys on my desk. Nope. So, for basically the look of it, it's about 5:45 in the morning, and I'm walking down the street, and I look an awful lot like this. The police officer says, "You need to stop." And I was in a bad mood. I'll be the first to admit I was in a shitty mood. I had a migraine. I hadn't slept. And I said, "Have a good day." And I kept walking. Because fuck you, no, I don't need to stop. So the cop whips his squad car around, drives in front of me, gets out, walks up onto the street and says, "You need to show me your ID." I said, "Are you lawfully detaining me?" He said, "Yes." I said, "What crime do you believe me that I've committed?" He said, "I got a call about a suspicious person." I said, "Is that misdemeanor or felony suspicious person?" He says, "I need your ID." That's not going to fucking happen, and call the corporal that's on shift. He calls the corporal. Corporal comes up. The first thing the corporal says when he gets out of his car, he looks me dead in the eye and he says, "You're free to leave." Because he knows who I am. And he knows they've already had an incident with me over this same bullshit a while back. I said, "No, thank you. I will take my stop ticket now." They wrote up the stop ticket, and that morning I was at City Hall with my lawyer and getting a big check written out to me for unlawful detainment. You cannot stop people, and I don't want to live in a country. I do not want to live in a country where people's civil liberties and civil rights are infringed upon. I'm not sure why ICE is bothering with going after illegals one at a time with 30 million in the country. They could just go to construction job sites. Well, the thing is this. Do you know what would solve a lot of the problem? Here's what would fix the fucking problem. But it would hurt the representation stats in the federal government of New York, Illinois, California. All you need to do is when these individuals commit crimes and you put their name in the system and ICE sends a detainer for them, fucking detain them. They're obviously a fucking criminal. They've committed a criminal infraction so severe that you've taken them to the station. Multiple states will not detain for an ICE detainer. Chicago will not detain illegals. You've got an illegal gets arrested for domestic violence, which is a violent crime in my state, and in Chicago will just let him go. Now I'm not saying notice what I'm not saying every illegal alien is a criminal. Well, some illegal aliens are criminals, but I need to know the circumstances of how they entered the country. The rest of them, I'm not. It is illegal to hire people without visas or citizenship status. It already is illegal. But when I was a baby lieutenant, I get a call. I have to go over to the JAG office. I'm like, that's never good. At least it's not as bad as being told you need to go to the BDOC. I go to the JAG office and they're like, "Hi, I'm investigator so-and-so from the IRS." And I was like, "Cool, what's up?" They said, "We have a question for you." And I said, "What's up?" They said, "How are you working in Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado?" I'm sorry, you've lost me here. I have no idea what you're talking about. They're like, "We have tax return information for you having jobs in 3 states." Said, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I said, I don't have income from those states. I said, I have income from the state of Illinois. In order for it to not interfere with my military service, it's all held by a trust, but I don't have income from those states. I said, let me back up a second. I might own a pizzeria in Arizona. And the guy kind of laughed. He's like, "What do you mean you might own a pizzeria in Arizona?" I said, "I have family out there. If you let me make a phone call, I can find out if my name's on the ownership paperwork. I might have just been the money man, or I might be a part owner, but I don't take a draw." They're like, "No, these are people working at like jobs." I said, "I have no fucking idea. My identity had been stolen. People were using my social security number to file their tax forms. As a business owner, I owned a bar, I owned a restaurant, I owned a couple other nitnoid stuff, construction stuff that I did. I had a guy from Ireland. I got asked by my family to give him a job. I said, sure. Gave him a job. He brought me his work visa. I said to him, hey, I'm going to remind you, like 2 months out, 6 weeks out, that you need to reapply for your new visa. And then 2 weeks prior, I'll remind you again. I reminded him, he said, oh, I'm going to go home. He's like, I don't like America. I said, I'm just going to work till the end of my work visa and then I'm going to go home. That's my job as the employer, to know the work status of the people I hire. I agree with you. If we want, okay, I agree with you at face value that if we want to make the biggest impact, get rid of the people that we know where they're at, but then expect meat prices to go up, vegetable prices to go up, fruit prices to go up. Expect that, because they do a lot of jobs. Like this past year, the migrant workers didn't come up from a lot of the countries they worked in because they were being detained. Migrant workers have a fucking visa to come here and they pay taxes. And still people give them you're a fucking illegal alien. And they're like, nah, Jefe, I have my card. We come in from Mexico. We go up to California. We work our way up the coast to Washington. We work our way back down the coast. We stop by customs. We declare ourselves leaving. We go home. We pay our taxes. We file our taxes. We just don't live in America. We come here for 4 or 5 months of the year, work our way up and down the coast, and then go home. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, there's a fuck ton wrong with that because Americans won't do those jobs. But there was an orchard owner, and I showed the video clip on here. He talked about, he tried hiring Americans, and most of them are lazy as shit. And half of the people every day that he hired quit before noon. Now, what do you want in life? Do you want affordable fruit? Because if I have to pay you $25 an hour to pick fruit, the price of fruit is going to go through the roof. Why is meat so expensive? Because meat processing plants, lower taxes for small business then. What does that help? Do you know how little money most small businesses make? Let me help you. Let me show you. 30, 30, 30, 10. This is my cost for payroll. This is my cost for goods that I buy to sell, right? This is my cost for infrastructure, facility, property tax, rent, all that. 10% is what's left over for me as the owner. If this goes up to 31, this goes down to 9. Why even tax them then? Show me small business owners. Honestly, I mean this honestly, 100%. Show me small business owners that their chief complaint is their tax bill. Small business owners, they don't complain about their tax bill because 1 out of every 5 small businesses will close within the first 12 months. Only 2 out of every 10 businesses that start will be open in 10 years. It's because most businesses are going to fail. How come ICE isn't going after the illegal Ukrainian immigrants in LA? Riddle me this, because there aren't any illegal Ukrainian immigrants. Which illegal Ukrainian immigrants are there? The ones that were given asylum, with the expiration date of their asylum is the end of the Ukrainian-Russian war, which means they're here legally. Because a lot of people keep saying, what about these people? What about these people? You got to stop lumping everybody into one pot, okay? Here's our witches pot. What about those people? They are legal. The Ukrainians here on asylum aren't illegal. They aren't undocumented. They are documented. They are allowed to be here. When it comes to aliens, you have undocumented, meaning their paperwork expired. You have documented, their visa is good. You have illegals. These are the people that are run over by the coyotes and they crossed illegally. These are the only people who have committed a criminal offense. These are the only people who have committed an Article 3 offense because these are the only people that are facing jail time. If you stay over your documentation time, that's just a civil infraction. Are the Somalis illegal? Many of them are. Not all of them. Many of them are. Support your local businesses by paying in cash. To some extent, yeah. But I mean, you are right, because when I have to pay a processing fee, you're right, Visa and MasterCard charge. But that's a tax write-off for me. I won't go to my favorite Mexican place unless I have cash on me, because they now charge a 3.5% processing fee. That's crazy, because they're not paying 3.5% to Visa. What they've done is they found another little place to squeeze out another 1.5% of profit. It is what it is. Yeah, they charge a processing fee, but again, like I said, that processing fee is an expense that they can write off on their taxes. Most places have compensated for the processing fee by their pricing. Where a lot of those places get screwed, though, is when the prices of stuff go up, they can't keep their prices reasonable. I only go to the Mexican restaurant because, and I'm not joking, I go to the Mexican restaurant to support a local business and so that my children eat their cultural food at least once a week. Because my kids are Mexican. Because their mom, ironically, is Mexican. And I can't cook Mexican food. I can eat the shit out of it, but I can't cook it. Like, I'm not even allowed to attempt to roll my own burritos or soft-shell tacos in this family. Not even allowed. I don't even get to try anymore. They're just like, no. You don't know what you're doing. Not even white people taco night? No, I'm not even allowed to do white people taco night. Even my white kid, who's still Mexican, but is white as shit, tells me to sit down and chill roll my taco. Have I ever eaten at Jefe's Cantina? No. Let's see. What else did I pull out for today? The ICE officer has been identified. Yes. ICE agent shoots and kills U.S. citizen in South Minneapolis. This is how you write a fucking headline right there. No sensationalism. ICE agent shoots, kills U.S. citizen in South Minneapolis. 2 shot in Portland. Protests in Minneapolis over ICE shooting. In a separate incident, a husband and wife are hospitalized after they were shot by a Border Patrol agent. Agents had attempted to stop a vehicle with a suspected gang member, according to a senior law enforcement official. I'm going to say this, and it's the same thing I've said in real life. When I had to deal with airmen who were a little too fucking trigger happy. Okay? You put your dick beaters in your pockets and get your finger off the fucking trigger. Violence is the last resort. Why in the fuck do we have so many shootings when it comes to ICE? Border Patrol in Oregon, what Border Patrol is Immigration Customs Enforcement. They're the same people. It's like they're afraid these people are going to flee the country. Yeah. Border Patrol and ICE are... Border Patrol agents can operate anywhere off of a border. Because they're hiring a lot of cowards. No, unfortunately, they're not hiring a bunch of cowards. They're hiring a bunch of people that would rather put somebody's face through a plate glass window than have a conversation with them. That's our problem. Iran, people are more angry and determined now. Iran pulls the plug on the internet as protests surge and Trump warns Tehran. I think the internet is still cut off there. Yeah, 50K signing bonus in this economy with only a few weeks training. Yeah. If you want people to do a good job, first of all, stop with this fucking bullshit corporate ideology that people want a pizza party. First of all, there are people who want a pizza party. I'm not kidding. In psychology, there are people who like the pizza party from the bosses. I never did that shit because I understand that the people who want the pizza party are so minor of a fraction. Number one, how did I always motivate my employees? Time off. What's better than time off? Paid time off. What's better than paid time off? Overtime. What are my thoughts on Trump wanting to increase the military budget by about 30% next year? Okay. This is my fucking wheelhouse now. Military funding. This is my shit. The military does not need 30% more money, just carte blanche. Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the motherfuck not. You do not give the military 30% more fucking money unless it's to roll back all of these force shaping initiatives and put more people in the military. Let me tell you, honest to God, there is nothing that is going to help this country more than doubling the size of our military in personnel, not in equipment. There is no faster way to get a kid, a teenager, a boy, a girl, a man who's in a shitty state. There is no faster way for a social safety net than the goddamn military. Period. Fucking dot. You take people, you train them, you give them a job. We got to do better at the early year training with them. But you literally can set people up that they can be making a living wage in 2 years, and they don't struggle for those first 2 years because you give them a dorm and you give them a meal card. I was 24. I was 23 3/4 when I left for the military. I loved the military. You're going to give me a place to stay. All you expect me to do is clean it. You're going to let me eat as much food as I want at the chow hall. And in exchange for that, you want me to do details and you want me to go to PT. You're going to teach me to be a biomedical equipment maintenance repair technician. And you're going to pay for all my specialized training. That sounds like a deal to me. That's great. I had a kid come in to the military. I call him a kid because he was 18 years old. And when I met this kid could not fucking read. How the fuck he passed basic training in tech school, I have no idea. I said, do you have a high school diploma? He said, yeah. I said, bring me your transcripts. Yeah, he has a high school diploma with like a 1.7 GPA. So I sent him over to the Base Education and Training Center, and I said, give this kid a reading test. They give the kid a reading test. He reads at the 3rd grade level. How he managed to pass tech school, I don't know. But he passed. So now I'm stuck with him. He can't learn his job because now he's at the stage of his career where he's got to take volumes home and read them at home, but he can't read. So instead of kicking his ass out of the military, I sent him to the Base Education and Training Center, and I sent him to their 6-week literacy program. He doesn't come to work. He goes and learns how to read. 6 weeks later, he comes back. We're teaching him, and we're doing a lot more hands-on with him, which is a pain in the ass. But he is getting it. Well, he got his 5 level. And when you get your 5 level, sometimes you get told right away that you've passed your test. Sometimes it has to go in to be graded. It all depends on what your career field is and what they've decided to do that day or that year or that cycle. Sometimes it's computer-based. Sometimes it's written-based. The kid gets I never read off fails. I always opened the education things and read them and never read off somebody who failed. And I never read off, like, if 4 of my airmen went to test on the same day, I wouldn't read 3 passing scores. Because then everybody knows the 4th dumbass failed. Well, this kid goes. He passes. I said, what are you going to do? He said, I'm going to go to school. I said, what's the first thing you're going to take? He said, reading. Oh, really? He's like, yeah, I'm going to take all my basic level introduction to college classes. I'm going to take English 090, English 099, Math 090, Math 099, basic reading, basic literacy. And he's like, I'm like, okay, I think I got a better idea for you. He's like, what's that? I was like, let's go over to the Base Education and Training Center. We walked in. I said, hey, I want to send this young man up for the GED class. They said, but he already has a high school diploma. I said, yeah, with a 1.7 GPA, let's put him in the GED class. Instead of us paying for him to go to 5 different classes, let's put him in the GED class. I think that will serve him better. So that's what we did. We put him in the GED class. Then he took his 090s. Now, was he ever going to be an officer? No. Was he ever going to be a scholar? Probably not. But could we take a person and fix them? Yeah. But then what did we decide to do in PBD 720, Policy Budget Decision 720, is we're going to cut 1,000 people out of the military. Now, I'm gonna tell a story. She knows I tell the story. She's not happy I tell the story, but she agreed I can tell the story. When I was a young man, I was a student squadron commander. What that meant was I was a student, but I had command level authority over 1,200 people. Did I like this? No, the fuck I did not. I just wanted to keep my head down, do my shit, and get on with my way. Run into this situation where there's a young girl, not young, she's 18 and a half. We find $30,000 in cash in her room. She left her security drawer unlocked. $30,000 in cash in her room. So we know something's going on, but we don't know what. And we thought it was drugs, because at the time we had a big ecstasy problem on the training base. So she was my friend, like, quote, air quote friend. But what got and I'll be completely honest, what got my attention about her, she's a red hair, blue-eyed Irish girl. with the most Irish fucking name. It's like she's got an off-the-boat Irish name. And so she got my attention. I was single. Well, then we find $30,000. Well, they find $30,000 in cash in her room. So they come to me and they say, well, she's your friend. Figure out where the money's coming from. Well, I tried, right? Tried to figure out where the money's coming. But it's not like I can just like straight cock the fucking question and be like, hey, where's the $30,000 in your room come from? So trying to figure it out. Always watching her hands when we're at like, there's this thing called, back in the day, it's called the BDU Club. It's the club on base that the people who can't leave base can go to. I never see her palming drugs. And remember, I owned a bar, so I'd spent many a night as security at my own bar. Never saw her behaving in a way that would have anything to do with drugs. And so I have to report back, and I was like, I don't know, but drugs aren't the thing. Because I'm at the club with her the 2 nights that we have off, and she's clear, there's no way she's distributing drugs. Well, something happened. Female overrun on base, and we have to move females into other dorms. We have too many. In our dorm, we were already 3 females to a room, and then we got a bunch more females in, so they had to go into other dorms. Well, what they did was they sent people who had already been on base for a while off to these other squadrons. And I saw her name on the transfer list. And I was like, is this a good idea? And they're like, technically she hasn't committed a crime. She hasn't broken a law. So she moves across the base to a different squadron. There's nothing I can do because I don't have any authority over there. Well, I'm gone for the weekend. I actually remember I went to go see David Copperfield. David Copperfield performed in San Antonio. I was up in Wichita Falls. Oh no, he performed in Dallas. So I went down to Dallas to see. I like David Copperfield. I like stage magicians. I like illusionists. And when I get back from that weekend, I find out she's been arrested. And I'm like, okay. She was a prostitute. She was prostituting herself to all the young airmen who had never had sex. And she was charging buku dollar. She got caught because at this other dorm, they didn't have any female MTLs. So it was hard for them to inspect the female side. They found her with 2 guys in her room and 5 in a line outside of her door. Well, their immediate response was to kick her out of the military. What value is it to kick her out of the military? We've already spent $250,000 sending her through basic training. We've already, halfway trained her for the job that she does. Where's our win there? Well, we can't have people, 5 outside may as well be a big neon sign with an arrow. Right. She was doing a great service to her countrymen. Yeah. But don't you think it would have been more productive to rehabilitate this individual? Somewhere along the line, we forgot about the rehabilitation part of our criminal justice system. Let me see if I don't know if I have clearance anymore. Let me see. They went to this new system. That's not what I wanted to do. One more. Ah, come on. Holy shit. Okay, so remember I said a while ago that there was a guy and holy shit, this guy's just gotten worse since. Order of protection, dissolution with child, or domestic violence, order of protection, dissolution, criminal misdemeanor, criminal felony, traffic, criminal misdemeanor, traffic, criminal misdemeanor, traffic, criminal misdemeanor, this is all the same fucking guy, by the way. Criminal misdemeanor. Oh. Criminal misdemeanor. This is all going all the way back to 1993, but domestic violence. Now, this guy, this is open. This guy right here, I recommended to throw him in jail and forget about his existence. Right? This is just one. He's got 3 pages in one county. This guy also moved to 2 other counties. There are actual insane people out there allowed to wander the streets knowing they will attack someone. Yeah, the problem is, as I've said, a huge problem with our country, a huge problem with our criminal justice system is that we don't have the ability to hear all the cases in a timely fashion, and even if we did, we don't have anywhere to put all the people if we're going to convict them. We are completely fucked as a society. We're morally bankrupt as a country. Like, all the other neighbors, the neighbors don't like me. And that's okay. And I've told them at the little HOA get together, I don't give a fuck if you like me. Myself, my neighbor, and the people this way, we call the cops. If you're gonna fuck around, you're gonna find out. Because if you never find out, you're gonna fuck around. My daughter's not allowed to play with any of the kids from my house to the corner. She has other friends in the neighborhood, but this group of fucking hoodlums right here, she's not allowed to hang out with them. One of the kids was torturing animals in the woods. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you, but I called the cops. And the cops investigated. Well, animal control investigated, and the kid is, you know, in jail, in juvie. You ruined the kid's life. They didn't like what I had to say. I didn't ruin your kid and your grandkid's life. You ruined it by not giving a shit. Because when I brought you the be like, hey man, I don't know what's going on in the woods, but I'm being told that your grandkid, your kid is torturing small animals in the wood. You probably want to put a stop to that shit. I'll probably want to put a stop to that shit. Because if you don't, I will. Because I like animals and I hate kids. I'm somewhat fond of my own kids, but I don't like most others. Well, they didn't do anything. It kept going on, so I called the cops. The cops investigated. Like, what people don't realize is psychopathic behavior identified early with the brutal killing, the mutilation of animals, goes from small animals to dogs and cats, and then goes on to small people, and then bigger people. Yeah, clearly the kid's life was already fucked up. Not my fault I had a spotlight. It's like the kids in the neighborhood don't fuck with me. Because the kids in the neighborhood know, and right now we have kind of like a generational gap because my daughter's 20 and my other daughter's 12. But my 20-year-old, her friends would ring the doorbell and ask for help with their homework. Because I'm everybody's uncle. I'm everybody's dad. I'm everybody's grandfather. I believe that it takes a village to raise an idiot. I mean, a child. You need everybody involved. Like, for example, my daughter's best friend was a tomboy. Loved coming out over here, hanging out, learning bits and pieces of small engine mechanics, bits and bobs of stuff, carpentry, electrical work, plumbing. Loved learning it. My daughter didn't want to learn any of that shit. If my daughter knows how to change a light bulb, and folks, I am not joking and I am not kidding. I don't believe my 20-year-old could write down on paper the steps to change a light bulb. But she's a girly girl. She loved hanging out with her best friend's mom, who wanted a girly girl. And that's why it takes a village to raise a child. Because some kids, their dad is a hunter and a fisher, so the kid grows up to be a hunter and a fisher. Some kids grow up and they hate that shit from day one. They don't like it. My dad was not a fisher. My best friend's dad took me fishing. I liked fishing until I started catching fish. And then I don't like fish. But at first, when I couldn't catch shit, I thought it was an amusing hobby. Then I started catching fish and I don't want to eat them. I don't want to clean them. I don't want to bone them. I don't want to do any of that. I want to pay a sushi chef to do that shit for me. My father taught me a lot of things, a lot of practical skills. So I'm thankful for that. But my dad liked grill food. I hate grilled food. I hate that shit. I don't like chicken off the grill. I like baked chicken. Just a matter of taste. I don't really like hamburgers. Like, you might laugh at this. I make my hamburgers in the oven. I don't even make them in a pan on the stovetop. I bake them. Because that's how I like my food. It's just a matter of taste. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you have, 50% of the working visas are going to OnlyFans girls. That's awesome. That's amazing. It takes a village to raise a kid. And with the breakdown, like, I'm not taking a shot at any community to be racist. I'm taking a shot at the community because it's accurate. And it's not a racial community. It's a poverty community. It's amazing your kids look alike. That's what happens when they have the same dad. Just fucking saying. Well, you can do that, but it's objectively wrong to put burgers in the oven. No, it's subjectively wrong. It's subjectively wrong. I had a client, she knows I tell this story. First of all, can I just say, parents, you have a big impact on your daughter's life. If you're from Texas and you name your daughter Austin or Dallas, she's probably going to grow up to be a stripper. I'm just saying. One of my clients, she came to me and she says, I'm having a problem with my kids. And I said, okay. She's like, I have 3 sons. I said, wow, you've got your hands full. She's like, I have 3 sons and 2 fathers I have to deal with. So the 2 of the boys are full siblings. Oh no, the middle one's dad died. All right. Let me just say, right? Yeah, don't name them after countries, stones, or cities. Or colors. What's your name? My name's Yellow. What time do you go on stage tonight? 7:20. How'd you know? Yes, we rehabilitated the soldier. Oh no, the girl was booted and went home, became a prostitute. I tried to help her. I couldn't. But, so this client comes to me and says, I have a problem with my boys. I said, what's the problem? She says, I don't have a good male figure in their life. Hold on. You've had 3 kids with 3 different men. One of them's dead and the other 2 aren't good men. Yeah, why'd you fuck them? And I'm going to ask an honest to God question. Where the fuck were these loose women in the late 90s, early 2000s? Is it just because I was respectable and I wasn't trying to take them home? Like, what the fuck happened? We've got a problem in our society where bustas get more play than well-off guys. What happens is, right? You got a guy with 3 kids from 3 baby mamas. He makes $19,000 a year, drives a 1994 Civic, and women are looking at him like, oh yeah, I'm taking that home tonight. Meanwhile, you got a guy over here with 0 kids, 0 STIs ever in his life, makes $79,000 a year, drives a 2024 SUV, and he can't find anybody to spend time with. It's the problem starts all the way back in high school. Like, my daughter, for a long period of time, my daughter hated me because I didn't like her choice in boyfriends. I didn't like her behavior towards these boyfriends. My daughter has her boyfriend over one time. And I'm upstairs. And I go downstairs periodically because I want to see her behavior. Now, she was a teenager at this time. I go down a couple of times and she's like all up in his lap and shit. And I'm like, all right. Well, snowstorm is coming. And I said, hey, the weather alert's telling me it's going to get really shitty. Who's picking you up or where am I taking you? And he's like, I really don't know. The fuck? What the fuck you mean you don't know? Like, that caught me off guard. Like, and I think I actually, what the fuck do you mean you don't know? It's like an hour until you're leaving and the snow's getting bad and I'm not scheduled to drive you anywhere. So who's coming to get you? Oh, well, the guy that was going to give me a ride, his parents said he can't drive. It's in the snow. Well, who the fuck's going to pick you up then? I don't know. Well, then I suggest you put your coat and your boots on and you get the fuck to getting because you got to go somewhere because you ain't fucking staying here. And it's like my daughter gave me this like look like, well, you're going to kick him out the front door? Yeah, I'm going to kick him the fuck out the front door. Like, where the fuck do I have to take you to get you the fuck out of my house? So I take him where he needs to go. The next time I see him, he's got a fucking half sleeve tattoo on his arm. I didn't see that the first time. My daughter at the time was 15. And I was like, what the motherfuck? So I said to him, I said, hey man, that's really nice ink. He said, thanks. I said, I'm a little confused though. I said, she's 15 and you have ink. He's like, I'm only 16. I got it when I saw my dad this summer. I said, I'm gonna need to see some ID. And he's looking at me like, you can either show me ID or you can show it to the fucking cops when they get here. Because I need to know you're not an 18-year-old with a 15-year-old that I'm responsible for sitting all up in your lap. And he kind of is like looking at me, and I was like, this is either gonna go really, really, really in your favor, or this shit's gonna go really, really not in your favor very quickly. So I suggest you break out the fucking ID. And he did, and he was 16. And it was about at that point that I said to my daughter after he left that day, I said, he doesn't come around my house no more. And she's like, you can't tell me who I can date. Well, first of all, you're 15, so I sure as fuck can. Second of all, I didn't say you can't date him. I said he just doesn't come around my house no more. Well, then he went back to North Carolina. Yes, win. Then she starts dating this other boy. And the other boy is 18. I called the other boy's parents, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna do you a solid. Your boy's 18, and my daughter's 15, and that's illegal in my state. She put a stop to it. I had to have a conversation with my daughter about that shit. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Well, then, of course, in all her infinite wisdom, in all her age, she got pissed. She moved out. Whatever. Do your thing, man. You're not going to hurt my feelings. You don't like my rules? Move out. Well, when she figured out after about 18 months of rent sucks, not having food sucks, bills suck, not having gas sucks, all those things. Yeah. But was she allowed to move back in the house? No. Got her apartment, which I helped pay for until we figure out what she's doing. Hope she figures out how to go to school here, because if she's not in school, I don't pay for that shit. Once you leave my house, you can't move back. It's not being a prick. It's not being mean. It's being a fucking parent. It's being a fucking parent. People don't know how to be parents. It's part of it's a self-esteem issue. People are drawn to similar levels of self-esteem. You're right. You're absolutely right. It becomes a big self-esteem issue. People wonder why their lives suck. And it's because if your life sucks, there are two places you should look right away. Number one, look in the mirror. Number two, look at your partner. Be right back. Too many people are in shitty situations, and their partner is part of the reason they're in that shitty situation. Too many people are afraid of being alone. If you can't tolerate being by yourself, you have no business being with anybody else. If you can't stand the sight of yourself in the fucking mirror, then you have to fix yourself before you can be with somebody, because it's like, I don't think being alone is great. I don't think there's anything wrong with being alone. I think being alone is being neutral. I'm not gonna say being alone is great. As a married man of over 18 years, there are times where I was like, you know what? I'd rather be a bachelor. But if your marriage doesn't have some tens, if your marriage doesn't have some twos, some ones, you're not really having 9 and 10s. if everything is just sort of ho-hum, blasé, always a 5, I don't want to live a life where every day is a 5. Realistically speaking, I'd love to live a life that never has 2s, 3s, and 4s, but I'm willing to play roulette. I'm willing to play roulette on 2s, 3s, and 4s so that I can get 8, 9s, and 10s. Like this year, due to my health condition and the fact that, as it is right now, I never know if I don't know if I have another tomorrow. And my doctor said, I wish I could give you better news, but I can't, it's like, say to my doctor, I said, well, normally when you have a health condition, the person knows you're going to have 5 years, 10 years. My doctor, my cardiologist, I see my pulmonologist on the 6th. But for the most part, I've been told every day you wake up, cherish every day, because I might be streaming here one day and the nerve that's gone bad near my heart, that's it. I die. And for the first couple of days, it was a lot of, holy shit. But in all honesty, there is a little bit of refreshing knowing that every day is a gift. Right? Every day I get up is a gift. Every day I get up, I work on bits, I do stuff. That's why for right now, I've cut the streaming schedule down a little bit while this new medication tries to take hold in my hands, my feet, and my heart. And then I see the pulmonologist on the 6th, and then hopefully they might have some insight. But there are times that you're not in control of your own life. But so many people are wasting their life being miserable. Like, life is hard enough. Don't be miserable. Parenting or marriage are hard, but completely worth it. We have got to get out of this idea and this theory that everybody should have kids. You're right, it's being a parent. I had to get a work permit to go to work at 15, save my money, bought a car, still saving movie, and moved out at 18. Why? Because my parents showed me that it was the way it was going to be, and I'm glad they did. Yeah. Like, I moved out my first time because my father hit me with that Triple H bullshit where he's like, as long as you live under my roof, you're going to live by my rules. And I was like, that's some bullshit. So I caught my dad off guard because my dad had said, as long as you live under my roof, you'll live by my rules. So I went upstairs, packed my shit, came down the stairs, and I said, peace. And he was like, well, fuck. Yeah, that Triple H shit. Hit me with that Triple H shit. I agree that not everyone should be parents. Oh yeah, not everyone should be parents. Some people are really good parents. Some people are really, really good parents. Some people are really, really shitty parents. Some people, and it always seems to me, and this is anecdotal only, the people who have the most kids tend to be the ones that have the shittiest parenting skills. Some people can't handle a long-term relationship, and there's nothing wrong with it. And you're right. And to go a step beyond that, I'm going to throw what you set up on the screen. But to go a step beyond that, some people can't handle a long-term relationship, and there is nothing wrong with that. And some people need to stop making their short-term relationship into anything other than a short-term relationship. There is nothing wrong with having a fuck buddy, as long as you both know you're fuck buddies. There is nothing wrong with that. And our society is so prudish. Like, look, your morality is your morality, and your morality governs your life. And if, like, this side of me is supposed to tell you premarital sex is wrong, condoms are wrong, birth control is wrong, that side of me tells you to get your fuck on. Your morality, nothing wrong with it, but I can think there is. But what you can't do, if you want to transcend to a higher level of enlightenment, is this. This is your set of beliefs, and this is their set of beliefs. And you can think there's something wrong with their set of beliefs, but you shouldn't. Because you should say that set of beliefs is wrong for you. You don't want to live like that. But it's not for me to say Catholics are wrong in their beliefs. It's not my way to say Christians are wrong. Muslims are wrong. Jews are wrong. Like, for example, if you remember the movie Pulp Fiction, Samuel L. Jackson. Look, I ain't shitting on nobody's religion, but bacon is good. Sausage is good. Pork chops are good. Oh, that was John Travolta. Like, look, I'm not gonna have a bacon, lettuce, and tomato in front of a Muslim because I have cultural sensitivity. But at the same time, I don't want to hear shit from anybody about the fact that I like bacon, that I like pork chops, that I like ham. I want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Especially since I'm educated enough to know why they didn't eat pig, why they didn't eat pork. Because they didn't know how to prepare it. They didn't know how to cook it. They kept getting sick from it. Chris Rock back in the 90s said, what the Jews were around, and they said, how do we get people to stop getting sick from the pork? Oh, we'll tell them God said don't eat it. Meanwhile, the Irish, the Celts, the Gauls, the Germanians, they've been eating fucking pigs since the dawn of time because they know you gotta cook that shit right. Like, look, I respect Jews. I respect Jews that keep kosher. Okay? But, and I'm gonna say it, and it might not make me any friends, but I'm gonna fucking say it. If you're Jewish in 2025, from Israel, follower of Judaism, and you won't eat a cheeseburger because it'll damn your soul, but the shit going on in Gaza is okay, then I don't want to understand your religion, and I don't want to understand your morality, and I don't want to understand your views. Because I'd rather you eat the fucking cheeseburger and condemn the shit in Gaza than turn a blind eye to Gaza and say, oh, I can't have a slice of cheese. That isn't religion, that's politics. No, it's not religion or politics. It's simply this. When you are Jewish from Israel and you're ethnically, historically from there, what happened in Gaza? They've killed 75,000 children. They've destroyed all of the homes, all of the schools, all of the power capacity, all of the hospitals, all but one of the water processing stations. It has everything to do with the civilians. If every single person in America, if Donald Trump had a 0% job approval rating, Congress would act. Because the moment Donald Trump has no political currency, Congress can stand up to him. Then it's the civilians' fault in tyrannical countries. You're right, it absolutely is. Fear is the best weapon ever. Why is it a guy with a handgun can go into a place and there could be 20 men there, and one guy with one gun can control 20 men. If 20 men rush the gunman, then it's the Gazan citizens' fault. It's the Gazan citizens' fault for not opposing Hamas, but it's not the Gazan citizens' fault for not being able to stand up to what is effectively the 5th strongest military in the world. How do Gazans stand up to Israel? How do the Gazans stand up to the Israeli military? They don't. They elected Hamas in 2007, and there were never elections after that. That is why you paint all the time with way too big of a brush. I said it's their fault for electing Hamas, but it's Israel's fault for indiscriminately killing 75,000 children. Don't worry, man. When it comes to painting people with blame, I will call out blame everywhere I see it. It's the Israeli citizens' fault for not overthrowing their government because their government is committing murder and genocide. It's the Gazans' fault for electing a terrorist organization. Look at Ukraine. Ukraine did everything it was supposed to do, and Russia still invaded them. Ukraine wasn't struggling. 4 years ago at the start of the Ukraine-Russian war, Ukraine wasn't corrupt. Ukraine wasn't threatening Russia. Russia just decided to invade. Right. We have to look at during the Crusades, and this is where religion is dangerous. So, for everybody that knows, there is a flaw in Catholicism specifically, because the sacred promise given to Peter by Jesus is, "You are Petra, and on this rock I shall build my church. And whatever you bind on earth, I shall consider bound in heaven. And whatever you loose on earth shall be considered loosed in heaven." And yes, I know there's grammatical error. I give you the original translation, not the modern English version. The word wasn't lost, it was loosed. Because the Pope made statements about the Muslims, and the Pope said it's okay to kill the Muslims during the Crusades, all of those people, all those soldiers and knights who went to the Holy Land and committed atrocities, they get to go to heaven because the Pope said it was okay. It's a flaw in religion. It's a flaw in Catholicism. It should never be okay to kill somebody. They're not lesser people. They're not lesser people. There are no lesser people. And that's our problem. We need to move past this, "We're better than you." America is morally bankrupt. Do I want a national religion? No. Why? England doesn't seem to be working out any better than America. English people are getting arrested for freedom of speech because they don't have it. English people are being arrested because they're offending Muslims. I like America. I like the ability to be offensive because what's wrong with being offended? I don't want to live in a hive mind, think, speak society. In true Christianity, it is never okay to kill people. Incorrect. The commandment is thou shalt not kill. The commandment is not thou shalt not kill. The commandment is thou shalt not commit murder. Even Jesus said, "He who has a cloak and not a sword should sell his cloak to buy a sword." There are plenty of times in Christianity where it's okay to kill people. But people take a translation of a translation of a translation, and because we needed to change the word murder to kill, because remember, in the origins of our language, words aren't semantics. And anytime, yeah, no one wants to live in an echo chamber, you're right. But we have to remember this. Words have meaning. And when you say to somebody you're just arguing semantics because they want you to use words the way they're supposed to be used, that's not semantics. And that's where we have, like I said the other day, we have a really big problem because someone will see you setting up something that could be a straw man or could be an argument in good faith. Because what's a straw man? A straw man is me setting up an argument that you didn't make. But if I say, are you saying this? And you say yes. And then I knock down your argument and you say, well, you just straw man. No, I asked you, are you saying this? Men are better at sports because men are physically superior to women on average. And then people start talking about, well, that's not true. No. Physiologically, that is absolutely true. The number one tennis player just played like the number 612 tennis player. Female, male. Female got crushed 6'3", 6'3" to an injured number 618 male player. Venus Williams, or maybe it was Serena Williams, said she would never want to play against the men because they hit harder. Didn't the Jewish people cross the Red Sea and invade what is modern-day Israel? If so, why do they think that land is theirs? That is a great question, and I'm glad somebody asked the question instead of phrasing it as a stump a chump. It's a great question. Number one, if you believe the Old Testament as written, as accurate, then you believe that there were people in that land and God said to Pharaoh through Moses, let my people go. And you believe that God designated the land of Israel to belong to the Jews who were leaving Egypt. So if you believe the book at face value as written, if you don't believe the book at face value as written, but you study that area, no, it's not. It's technically not theirs. You can make the argument. There were people that lived there before God freed the Jews from Egypt and sent them there. Who lived there was the Canaanites, and then the Amorites, the Hittites, and the Jezebelites, which I'm pronouncing incorrectly, but forgive me, English is my second language. Hiberno is my first. And that's too many fucking vowels. But Egypt didn't go there to conquer it. They went there and they blended their culture with the people that were there. They didn't go there. They didn't enslave them. They didn't murder them. They didn't massacre them. They didn't kill them. They went there and they lived there, and their cultures blended. Now, unfortunately, we don't have enough information about them, but it would be historically accurate to say, what does early Israeli architecture look like? Well, there is no early Israeli architecture. We have Canaanite architecture. Well, right, it's theirs, and we can form that argument, but what we can't do is say it's theirs and it's always been theirs. Because we have to acknowledge that Jews and Israelites are two different people. because they weren't Israelites. Nowhere has been, it's theirs and always been theirs. No, it hasn't always been theirs. If I can literally tell you the names of the 3 tribes that lived there before the Jews got there, then it hasn't always been theirs. That's what we need to, we need to focus on the specificity. The Jews didn't have architecture. USA has never always been there. You're right. Denmark could make the claim that they're appropriating North America because their Vikings were here 700 years before the establishment of America. The Native Americans could say, we were here before all of you because we crossed the fucking ice bridge and then the ice bridge melted and we couldn't go back even if we wanted to. It matters. Here's why it matters. It matters because the authority that granted Israel a country was supposed to grant the Palestinians a country as well. I have a whole video on this on my Jalan channel where I talk about the problems with the UN and the only reason why, if you want to know the crux of it, why is Israel a country when Palestine is not? Because Russia wanted all of its Jews out of its country. So therefore, they voted with the United States. Surprisingly, study your history. The United States was completely fucking shocked that the USSR, I believe, voted for the establishment of, it could have been Russia, but I think it was the USSR at that point. I could be wrong. Voted to create Israel because they wanted to offload 3 million Russian Jews out of their fucking country. And they hoped that a Russian Jew would be both Jewish by faith and Russian by ancestry. The Russian Jews, when they got to Israel, they forgot all about being Russian. They wholly embraced the idea they were now Israeli. Russia was like, well, that didn't work out anywhere the fuck we planned that to work out. Russia thought that the Jews that left Russia to go would still be like, Das Vidanya, comrade. We love you. We'll help take over this spot through, just being here. I don't think right now there's nobody claiming Canaanite ancestry. Because as the question was, the question was, didn't the Jewish people cross the Red Sea and invade? No, they didn't invade. They cohabitated. The structures, the cities were already there. The Canaanites didn't try to fight the Jews coming there. The Jews had some skills. The Canaanites had some skills. And they all got together and created one society. They were tribal, but they intermingled so much because remember, tribal societies struggle because they know your lineage, and then men have to leave the tribe and women have to come in from outside the tribe, or men need to come in and women need to leave, and either way, but they need new people. It's like when you follow old school family trees from the East Coast of America. Well, you've got this family that has 5 sons. Well, 4 of them need to get the fuck out because they need to spread their seed to other towns. And we need to bring in one wife from outside for the last son because you're related to everybody. I tell the funny joke. I had a lot of shit going on in my life. I went over to Ireland. My cousin picked me up as we were driving. I saw this smoking hot fucking redhead girl, and I was like, hey man, let me out. I'm gonna go fucking talk to her. And he's like, well, you can talk to her, but she's your cousin. So we're like bebopping around a little bit. We went to the arcade and I saw I saw some other cute girls, and Jared grabbed me by the collar, my cousin. He said, you're related to them too. And I said, am I related? He's like, yes, you're related to like every good looking girl in this town. I said, well, fuck this. Let's fucking road trip to another town then. It's like, I didn't come here to fucking talk about my family. I came here to fucking drink and fuck. That's what I came here for. How would you feel if a group of people decided to put up shop in your backyard and then fight you for years claiming it's theirs? They didn't just set up shop. Well, they did. They did do that. That's exactly what America did. That is quite literally what the colonies were for. The colonies were England kicking out their problem children and saying, you can go settle this land for the crown so that you can have religious freedom. The problem is we can't unroll it. Because in order to unroll that, we have to get all the Americans out of America, send them all back to wherever they came, and then we need to find enough Native Americans to it sucks. And every time I hear a black person claim for reparations, I really just at this point want to say, yeah, I want to unroll Israel. I absolutely do. I want to unroll Israel. I do. Because Israel has no interest in adhering to the borders that they were given. And why would Israel play by the rules? Except Russia is where Russia should be. Somalia, Africa, Somalia isn't even where Somalia should be. The lines of Africa weren't drawn by African tribes. But every time I hear a black person talk about reparations, I'm like, you know what? Until we give the Native Americans some massive reparations, we ain't giving anybody reparations. And then if we do give you reparations, they're going to the families of the white Union soldiers and the Irish. Oh, by the way, remember the Irish people who fuck all of you because I never hear any of you talk about my people. Irish people getting off the boat with their wife and kids. This is real talk. You can go look this shit up. Irish guy gets off the boat with his wife and kids. This form makes you a citizen. This form makes you a private in the Union Army. Half of them mixed didn't even speak English. They spoke Gaelic. They didn't know what they were signing. Tens of thousands of Irishmen went and fought a war that they had nothing to fuck to do with, and they only came to this country because they wanted to get the fuck out of where they were being oppressed. How did the Irish become white again? The Irish became white because Europe said, holy shit, as we're including all of these Eastern European countries, the white number is dwindling, so we're gonna look at Ireland because they look more like us than Greeks and Italians. They look more like us than Eastern Europeans. I want to remind people that until the 1980s, there were still signs in America that said no Irish need apply. Maybe the late 70s for the majority, but there were still signs you could find them. The Irish people came to this country and they went to 3 places. They went to New York, Boston, and Chicago. And what did they do? Grid by grid and line by line and neighborhood by neighborhood, they took over so that they could get aldermen. And then they got the mayorships. Irish people being white is a just before my lifetime occurrence. Irish became cops in their neighborhoods. So you have, you know, you have the city and it's divided up into grids, and the Irish people come and they house by house start taking over this ward. And they get all the jobs there. They own all the businesses. And then once they know they got enough votes, then they start moving over the borders into the next ward. And then once they have enough, they just checkerboard across. That's why Irish, Boston, and New York for the late 70s, early 80s to the late 80s were predominantly run by Irish mix. The U.S. had Chinese slaves too. Yes. I think it is really, really important that people that are offended by American history actually do some reading to understand. There was a period of time where indentured servants Irish indentured servants fought side by side in rebellions with black slaves. And what happened was we created the idea, in Germany, there were still so-called pigs. Portugal, Italy, Ireland, Greece, and Spain. Ireland being white is relatively recent. Yes, thank you from a German who said it. Pigs. Because Portugal, Italy, Ireland, Greece, and Spain, somebody from Spain can be my color, the Blanco Spain, the Spaniard Spain, or they can be dark. White people, Irish people being white is still recent. And what did we do? We fucking became your bankers. Ask the Europeans why the Europeans hate the Irish. And here's the Irish over here like this. What they do, created 1% corporate tax rates. Where are a number of the fucking headquarters, the European headquarters of businesses? They're in Ireland. The fucking west-ass edge of Europe. Because Ireland said, fuck all of you, we're gonna become your bankers. We're gonna be your telecommunications center. We're tired of being mistreated. Shit, man. In the 80s, an Irishman going to England still was at risk of being pinted. And if you don't know what pinted is, it's where you sound Irish, you have an Irish name, they break a pint glass over your head. I think people, the thing about white supremacy is it's very tribal. Bacon's Rebellion, yes, Bacon's Rebellion. Africans and Irish indentured servants fought together. And what did the slave owners, what did everybody figure out real quick? If we don't create a fucking term to differentiate between these white indentured servants and these black slaves, we're gonna run into a problem. Because we've had a couple of rebellions, the biggest being Bacon's Rebellion. They were like, shit, we're gonna lose control of this. I did a short video where I talked about, in America, we don't have a poverty war. We don't have a class war because they got us all caught up having a race war. If all the fucking poor people would put their shit to the side, Germany is a great example of what the fuck is wrong with power. What did they do after World War I? No, you're fine. You're great. Although it's weird to have a German say, pardon my French. I assume you mean your language, not that you have a French on a chain. Shit, either way. What'd they do to Germany after World War I? They didn't just punish Germany for their leadership starting a war. They emasculated Germany. They basically said, Germany, we are gonna fine you so much and take away all of your industry and all of your good land and all of your everything. Fuck you and all your descendants. Well, if you know the story of the rise of Hitler, you know that the Nazi Party was a labor party. The Nazi Party wasn't this like authoritarian regime party. It was a labor party. Free, equal rights for workers sort of deal. And Hitler came to power and he said, I'm going to take a little bit of this back. Now, instead of the world looking at Germany and saying, you know what? You're right. We fucked you over at the end of World War I. Let's come to a table and let's sit down and let's have a conversation about how we should amend. It was hasty. We shouldn't have done it. But it's not like the world that existed punished France for Napoleon's shit. Am I wrong? So what happened was Germany got their nuts crushed after World War I, and Hitler came to power and he said, well, I just want to make us the Germany we were. And people are like, yeah, make us the Germany we were. Hitler says, I'm going to make your life better. And he does, and he makes their life better. And the rest of the world takes on appeasement because they said we were too harsh. So instead of doing it the right way, they do it a little piece at a time and they say, well, we'll let them take that. 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 Pretty soon, the French are like, what the fuck? They're in Paris. They started as a labor party that was propaganda. Look at the US. They did business with big corporate. They fucked up workers. Yep. Okay. Thank you for highlighting something I say on my show all the time. Labor parties are full of shit. Unions are full of shit. Unions do not exist. Unions do not exist 99 times out of every 100 instances. The union is not there to make the lives of the workers better. It is there to make the lives of the people right here at the top of the union or the top of the Labor Party. All of you plebeians exist so the aristocracy of the party can be better off. One time out of 100. In Germany, unions are the reason people have a living wage. I'm going to disagree with you. And the reason why I'm going to disagree with you is because in Germany, I feel you can't give the credit to just the unions. You have to give credit to a combination of your unions, but also your social support networks. Germany is not a socialist country, but it has socialist policies. Germany, like many European countries, have taxpayer-provided education. Yeah, you're a social democracy. You're more like a social democratic republic, but you're a social democracy. Yeah. And no offense to Germany. Germany is getting a little too excited that the rest of the world wants them to be allowed to arm up again, but this time they promise they'll fight Russia. I think in all reality, Germany should be told, just sit this one out, buddy. We'll defend you like we're supposed to. You guys just sit. Poland is right next to you. They're the little European Texas. They got this. But unions can solve some problems. Yes, the unions in the US are pretty strange compared to the ones you have in Europe. That is why I didn't outright reject the idea that unions are responsible for living wages, because I know that unions in Europe are responsible, but because your governments have done their side. Your government is doing the part the government needs to do because so the union can do what the union needs to do. My problem with American unions is that it protects shitty workers. We have shitty workers that get protected instead of, yeah, you have broken military and a quite corrupt lobbyism. Companies pay parties and parties will do politics. Yes, and that right there is every country has that problem. Lobbying will always be the issue. And we've had lobbying for as long as we've had government. I'm going to be crude here for a second, but we've had lobbying since we've had warlords. Excuse me, warlord. I'm interested in being given permission to march from my property to the coast, and I want to take all that land. And the warlord's like, you know, I really don't want you to have that much land. You can fuck my daughter. Oh, march away. What the fuck? And people are like, that is exactly how it happened. I brought you 12 girls from my region, and I will tithe you 12 girls a year, one a month, every month for the rest of the time, if you let me make war on my enemies and expand your empire. Well, it's what we have now. But it's instead of you can fuck these girls, it's I'll give you cocaine, or I'll get you hookers, or I'll get you flights on my private jet, or I'll get you your re-election campaign. Donald Trump doesn't win the last election without Elon's money. Or just Trump's daughter. Man, I would not fuck Trump's daughter with a stolen dick and somebody else pushing. Okay? Horse face looking motherfucker. Like, really? Not even with a stolen dick. Not even if I was drunk. No. 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 Corruption is baked into the laws and systems to hide it better. Right. Does war serve any purpose? No more aggressive war. War does serve a purpose. War is a continuation of diplomacy. It does. If everybody stopped being violent, then the first Negan takes over the world. Unfortunately, what's the phrase? To ensure peace, prepare for war. You could be elected a governor of your choice if you won her over. Negan. You don't know Negan? You don't know Negan? So disappointed in you.
Here's a little refresher on who the hell I am. I wear a leather jacket, I have Lucille, and my nutsack is made of steel. I am not dying until I am damn good and ready.
That's Negan. Walking Dead. People keep thinking democracy versus communism would be a thing. Communism is an economic idea versus capitalism, and democracy is a political idea versus dictatorship. Look around in the world. Capitalism works way better with the dictatorship. They call it communism, but we had the GDR, German Democratic Republic. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Except communism is a governmental form. But you are right on the other half. So what you have is you have economic models and political models. And you are 100% correct. Capitalism is only an economic model. That's it. Capitalism is only an economic model. Capitalism has no political part of it. Politically, you have dictatorships. And dictatorships are only political models. They can impact economies through interference, but a dictatorship is only a political model. And then right here, adjoining the two, is communism and socialism. Communism is a government type. Socialism is a government type, but it's more specifically a transition between capitalism and communism. So socialism is, okay, pure, true socialism without any of the bullshit examples we've seen on the planet is a transition model. Communism is not just an economic model. I'm sorry to disagree with you. Communism is a political model. You can have a democratic Marxist country. Well, hold on. You're saying Marxism. Do you mean Marxist socialism? The problem is that you're saying Communism is not it is. Communism is a political model. I will reference you to the Amish. They live in a commune. Okay, let me stop you with something. Communism existed before the Soviet Union. The theories of communism existed before there was a USSR. I'm going to help you out here because you're new and you don't know me. I teach this shit. Okay? I understand what you're trying to say. Communism is not an economic model only. The majority of it is an economic model. Communism, okay, so pure communism, we have never had communism on this planet. So that we're all clear, we've never had communism on this planet. You cannot start a communist country. That is where socialism exists. You have a dictatorship, or you have a democracy, or you have a republic, or you have whatever. From there, you have communism. Now, on a small level, communism works great. Communism works amazing. The Amish do not have a problem. They live in communes. They live in a system of communism. The problem is to go from a dictatorship or a democracy or a republic, you generally are going to walk through socialism. And socialism is a spectrum. It's not all of a sudden Monday we're a dictatorship and Tuesday we're socialism. Because what you do, the war on communism was bullshit. The war on communism was a war on the spread of Russian influence. Even Russia didn't call themselves communist. What did Russia call themselves? The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. They only got to about here on the spectrum of moving towards communism. Communism can't ever function. Communism is a paper idea because communism has an idea that we're all equal. Except for the people that are above everybody else to ensure equality. Power. And it corrupts. The issue here is you could have democratic communism. You could have a society where everybody votes. And remember, I think it's really important when we dial down to this level of nuance. A democracy is not about elections. Because in a democracy, every person votes on every issue. A democracy is the worst form of government. Why is a democracy the worst form of government? America is 55% white. It's 13% black. Let me tell you the hidden flaw about democracy. If 55% of the population is white and that 55% of the population votes in unity that the blacks are the problem, tomorrow we have no blacks. Because for the rest of the afternoon, it's the purge. Because 55% of the population decided 13% of the population just needs to die. That's the flaw in it. If the 55% vote racial lines, then tomorrow we don't have 13% of the population. Democracy isn't good. Would you disagree that an altruistic socialist communist economy could work with a democratic political decision? Yes. Yes, because of what I drew before. Because you have your economic models and your political models, and then you have communism and socialism that are both. You can pull things. I agree that you could have, like, for example, I'll give you an example of where you could pull like a socialist, communist idea. Kind of like what Japan does. And I think Japan has changed their education system. But in the past, in Japan, you had 3 major tests in your educational career. And the first time you took this test, you were fairly young, but this tracked you into high and low. And then at the second point, you got tracked again. And from here, if you were high, you either remained high or you dropped to middle. If you were low, you could go up as far as middle or down to the dredges. And then at your third test, these people could come up to middle. These people could return to high. These people could stay high. But if you were down here at this junction point, there was no way to get up to this tract. That is a great example of a country that's making needs of the people decisions paired to ability. But what if you were a fuck up here and a fuck up here, and over here you scored high enough to go up there, but the rules state this is as high as you can go? Well, you could tweak that, but that system works for the needs of the people. Now, in a true democracy, issues can't even be decided until a large enough portion of the population has voted, either that the yeas or nay vote exceed 50% of the vote. Correct. In a true democracy, you need a majority vote, not a plurality vote. If you put a deadline on it, you're not a true democracy. You're a democracy, but you're acknowledging that the decision you're making isn't 50% of the voters. Once a decision has 50.1% of the vote, it doesn't matter if the rest vote. It's when you get the idea like Donald Trump. Donald Trump won the popular vote, and people are arguing he didn't win the popular vote. No, Donald Trump won the popular vote. He just won it by a plurality. He did not win it by a majority. He won it by a plurality. It means no person got more votes than he did. But he still, quote unquote, won the popular vote. Now, if you want things to be truly, I don't know what the word, good, then you don't make any decisions unless a majority of the people are in favor of that decision. All right. Anyway, I need to end my show. The UPS guy is in the neighborhood across the street, and my rig is on it. It requires a signature. So I'm going to get out of here, and I'm hoping to come back tomorrow with a brand new gaming rig and bullshit some video games. But if not, I will see you guys on Monday. That is not the right button.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan